here. So I think let's give them an opportunity to, and there was the submission of the things that we had asked for from our meeting of the 14th of September. We received that. And I wanted to suggest, colleagues, that the Macedonian related report for Bloom Water, that we publish that in the ATC and make it an annexure to the Macedonian report that we have already adopted as a committee, because I think it's very comprehensive because the department goes into detail about that. So if we can have that table, and then it just forms part of the annexures of the report that's going to the House. So when it serves before the House, it goes together, because I think it's very, very comprehensive. So we did receive that one, DG. Then the final thing on my part, colleagues, as we're just sourcing the letter. National Treasury has not submitted its annual report. I'm not saying it's acceptable for anyone else not to submit, but when it's National Treasury, then you fundamentally have got a problem. So I was really thinking, let's find time to call them in as a matter of priority and urgency, because they've got a long-standing dispute with AG, just like we've been dealing with the dispute with the Road Accident Fund, which I think we're making progress on with that, following the minister's letter that he sent to us. But National Treasury is landing us in a major, major problem, because then they open the floodgates for everyone. So I was just wanting to flag that one. It's not for water and sanitation. Right. So DM, all right, Honorable Van Minen.
Sorry, Chair, just on a point of order, there's an echo from the speakers.
Yeah,
just a second, which actually makes it quite difficult to hear.
Yeah, what's some sound and vision? Is it the room or is it the sound? The acoustics are really bad. Yeah, there's an echo. I'm trying to speak softly because my voice is ringing in my head. I feel like I'm dizzy like a cartoon. Yeah, but you're in the 194. Hey, yes, and it's this room. I feel like a cartoon. My voice is ringing in my head. It's kind of vibes. It's not right. All right. Sound perfect. Thanks, Sound and Vision. Thanks for bringing that up. All right. So, DG, you've got DM. You've got a very large delegation this morning. So what we'll do is we'll now ask you to introduce who's here, and preferably they introduce themselves, for the simple reason that they would like to know when they join the department as well. So it just helps for us to construct a timeline and know who we are dealing with. Some faces I know, some faces we've engaged with before, so that we are all on the same page. And then DM, I will hand over to you to make some brief opening remarks if there are any. And then DG, we will go through the presentation covering the high-level salient points. What I want, colleagues, is that if we don't finish, it's okay. We will then find time and make time to continue with this, because the issues are just quite a lot. Yeah. So your colleagues, good morning and welcome. Yeah, let's hand over to water and sanitation. DM, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members of the Public Accounts Committee. I need to indicate to yourself, Chairperson, that with me, I've got Dr. Sean Phillips, who is the Director General of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Being part of this August House meeting, we really feel elated the fact that we have to account to the public of the Republic of the workings of the Department of Water and Sanitation, but also duly acknowledge that as we are appearing here, there's a number of things that we are going to be presenting to yourself. You have already indicated the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure that we have to account to, but also to indicate that there are other treasury issues that we have to speak to the to the public about, so that it's something that people are able to know what the Department of Water and Sanitation is doing. Focus will be on the main account, Chairperson, but we'll also be dealing with other issues as per members as and when they raise these issues. The Department of Water and Sanitation takes this presentation and engagement very, very serious, Chairperson, because we believe that in us discussing in your leadership and guidance, we definitely will be able to deliver to the best of our ability the services that we are anticipating that the people of the Republic will be anticipating. I need to indicate that the minister will be joining on virtual, and the Deputy Minister Mahlobo, unfortunately, is held up abroad. But as I have indicated, we've got the Director General who's leading the team, and the DG will be able to introduce who is here. But in essence, I need to indicate that team Department of Water and Sanitation is here, so that we able to say to the people of the Republic, we really are serious with the work that we're doing. And we believe that as you will be probing, as you will be guiding, as you will be advising, from here, we will be a better Department of Water and Sanitation out of your our engagement with yourself. And Chairperson, let me thank you and believe that as I present the Director General to be able to introduce the team, the Department of Water and Sanitation is ready and eager to want to make a presentation to yourself. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
It's the first time in this committee I've heard people being eager to present to us. That's quite fun. All right, thank you very much, DM. DG, over to you. If your team can introduce themselves after yourself, and then you will be give about an hour to go through your presentation, and then you'll field questions from there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Sean Phillips. I joined the department as the Director General in January this year.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Franz Moasi, the Chief Financial Officer of the department. I joined the department as the Chief Director 2012 and February this year as a Chief Financial Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, Chairperson. My name is Michael Motsatsi. I'm the Chief Audit Executive. I joined the department in 2009 as a Deputy Director Forensic Investigations. And in May this year, I was promoted to Chief Director Internal Audit. Thank you.
Good morning, members and colleagues. My name is Raj Susu Mpo. I'm the Chief Director Legal Services. I joined the department in May 2019. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Daryl Hobby. I am the Head of Labor Relations and I joined the department in January this year. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Deborah Mochotli. I joined the department in 2005 and I've served the department in various categories since then. Thank you.
Having been Acting Director General when we last met in the 5th Parliament. Yeah, I just think just for context, it's not going back there so that colleagues know that she acted for a while when there was changes in the department.
Thank you, Chair. If it is meant for good.
No, there's no malice. These are new colleagues to this committee, and I think that it's good for context that we know who's here.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Rasumata Mate. I'm the DDG for Water Services Management. I joined the department in June 2022.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Ntabise Mfundakubi. I've joined the department in 2008. I'm currently the DDG Corporate Support Services. I took at the helm of this position last year in December 2021. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, honorable members. I'm Chedi Muribe. I'm Chief Director in the Office of the DG. Joined the department in 2011.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm Eustacia Bofilatos, and I joined the department in 1991 in February. Thank you. The Director of Institutional Establishment on Water Resource Management Institutions.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Togo Sikwaza. I'm Chief Director, Institutional Oversight. I joined the department in 2003. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Faith Lindiwe Nozizwe Winilove Lusenga. I joined the department in 2010 as the DG responsible for International Water Corporation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Ndileka Mohapi. I joined the department as a Senior Water Pollution Control Officer in 1997. And I went through the ranks. I'm currently the Chief Director, Water Ecosystems Management.
Morning, Chair. Apologies for being a little bit late. I'm Leonardo Manes. I'm currently responsible for infrastructure, the infrastructure branch and department in acting position. I joined the department in 1998 as in a technical position in the Northern Cape office as a student. And yeah, I've been here ever since. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the committee members. My name is Babalwa Manyakanyaka. I joined the department in 2009 as a director. I'm currently Chief Director for Corporate Planning and Organizational Performance.
Good morning, members. My name is Joy Mapupa. I joined the department in 2014 as a parliamentary liaison officer.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kola Nizwane. I'm the DDG for Regulation, joined in July this year.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Conrad Griefer. I'm the Chief Director for Human Resource Management. I joined the department in May 2016.
Morning, Chair. So my name is Eugene Dehan, and I'm not from the department. I'm from the Auditor General, just observing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Jolene Pillay. I'm a Senior Manager at the Office of the Auditor General. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Busisiwe Shongwe. I'm from TCTA CFO. I joined 2020.
Morning, Chair.
Sorry,
Morning.
from means what role there at TC? You said you're from there, but what role?
I'm the CFO at TCTA.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Persis Chairman. I'm the Chief Executive of TCTA. I joined TCTA in October 2018.
Morning, Chair, and good morning, and members. My name is Gerald Thomas. I'm the chairperson of TCTA, and I joined the entity in 2019. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the one thing one notices, a lot of vacancies have been filled this year, also of 2022. And I think that's good because one of the major issues with water has been vacancies and too many people acting in positions. So going through the list, it's good to see that positions are being filled. So DG, it's 10 to, if you can take us to 11:15 with your long presentation, and then we will take questions from there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning again, honourable members. Chairperson, the Secretary of the committee contacted us yesterday and said that at the beginning of the meeting, we should take the committee through all the documents that we've submitted. So that's what I've prepared to do. So with your permission, I suggest I do that and introduce all the documents that we've submitted without going into them in too much detail. And then after that, we can do the presentation that we submitted to you for the 14th of September meeting, which is the presentation on the 2020-2021 annual report. Okay, so Chairperson, in the letter of invitation for this meeting, we were told that the committee will deal with all outstanding matters emanating from previous engagements, and also that we are requested to submit the details of all deviations and expansions, as well as the list of all approved and not approved condemnations by National Treasury. We had previously, after the meeting of the 14th of September, we'd been asked to, given a deadline to submit additional information. And then we submitted additional information under cover of a letter to you, Chairperson, on the 16th of September, in which we provided additional information on the Driefontein Spionkop Ladysmith Bulk Water Supply Scheme, on the Masilonyane Local Municipality Bruntwater Wastewater Treatment Plant Project, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure by the water trading entity for the 2020-21 financial year, and on the dispute between the department and a company called Surface Preparations Equipment and Coatings, or SPEC, on the losses incurred regarding the raising of the Hazelmere Dam project. We were also asked to submit the closeout report on the DWS COVID-19 intervention, and we were also asked to provide information about any actions that we've taken against Implatuzi Water Board members implicated in SIU investigations and other allegations. In our response, we put a table where we provided answers to some of the issues and additional information, and we also provided 5 annexures. With your permission, Chair, I'd like to just take you through briefly in summary form our responses on the issues for which additional information had made, and also, without going into detail, just describe the annexures that we've submitted. On the issue of the Driefontein Spionkop Ladysmith Bulk Water Supply Scheme, we indicated that the project has 3 phases. Phase 1 is complete, phase 2 is 99% complete, so it's practically complete. Phase 3 has both a social component and an economic component, and we were going to make an allocation available from the RBIG, or Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, for phase 3, but because we can't use RBIG money to cover the economic component, the municipality needed to make a contribution for the economic component of approximately 1 billion. And negotiations were started between the municipality and Umgeni Water for Umgeni Water to assist with co-funding and implementation of phase 3 of the project. And Umgeni Water was planning to conduct detailed feasibility studies. But in April last year, Umgeni Water were informed by KZN Department of Cooperative Governance that Utugela District Municipality was going to terminate its bulk water supply agreement with Umgeni Water, and therefore that this phase 3 would not continue as envisaged with the role of Umgeni Water as envisaged. So phase 3 is still on hold for that reason. And in our response, we've given the amounts of money that we've allocated from the RBIG so far for phases 1 and phase 2, which are complete. The second issue was a request for us to provide more information on progress with the Masilonyane local municipality Brandfort wastewater treatment plant project. And we provided an annexure in that regard. A detailed annexure. Which is a progress report from our implementing agent for this project, which is Bloom Water. And just to summarize some key aspects of the progress report without going into it in detail. It involves refurbishment of wastewater treatment works, which is in a very poor condition. And as at the time of this report from Bloom Water, the project was 98% complete. It started in April 2021. Sorry, it started, the commencement of the project in terms of construction started in June 2021. At the time of the Bloom Water report, it was envisaged that it would be complete by the end of September. The information I received this morning is that it is complete and that there's the final snag list meeting today on the project. The next issue that we were asked to provide additional information on is fruitless and wasteful expenditure register for the 2020-21 financial year. We did provide that also as an annexure. And Chairperson, I won't dwell much on that because we've also covered the same issue in our spreadsheets that we've submitted for this meeting. So we'll cover it there. Then the next issue that we were asked to provide additional information on is the dispute between the department and SPEC. And in summary, we've summarized it in the document. In summary, we entered into a contract with SPEC where the contract said that we would give them orders to do various maintenance work on mechanical and electrical aspects of our infrastructure that we own as the department. This was in 2013. However, we did not place those orders against the contract, and the company took us to court. And in summary, to cut a long story short, there was a court order that we must give them the orders as per the original contract, and that has been done. The orders have been done and implemented as per the court order. So we've met our requirements in terms of the court order. But however, despite that, SPEC has approached the court for an application to stop us from, to interdict us from retendering this work, to enable it to go out for competition to other potential tenderers as well in future, or to cancel the contract with them. And we are currently in the process of opposing that court application by SPEC. We were also asked to provide information on the losses incurred regarding the raising of the Hazelmere Dam project. We did mention, I think, in the 14th of September meeting that we had done we had commissioned an audit report on this through our internal audit unit by some independent auditors. We have, in the response to this one, we've written a letter to the chairperson rather than distribute all of the information to everyone in the committee, because the audit report recommended that we take certain actions, but it also recommended that we should wait for the project to be completed before we take those actions. The project is very near complete, it's long overdue, and the auditors indicated that it's very important in terms of reducing any further cost increases on the project to complete the project, and we should then take action in terms of the recommendations from the internal audit report. So we've written to the chairperson in that regard and provided the audit report, and that includes information on the results of the audit investigation and the recommendations. We were also asked to provide the closeout report on the COVID 2019 intervention. And we have provided that report. It's one of the annexures that was submitted. The report provides information. The report is by Rand Water, who was the implementing agent. And it provides information on everything that was delivered in terms of the project. And it indicates that when the state of emergency over COVID changed so that DWS was no longer nationally responsible for providing water, that all of the work and the infrastructure which had been bought, such as tanks, etc., were handed over to the relevant municipalities. Then finally, we were asked to provide information about actions against Implatuzi Water board members. And in that regard, in our response, in the table in the response, we have indicated that the SIU investigation, there is an SIU investigation which has been in process since 2008, related to matters from 2004. We finally got confirmation from the SIU in September, after we'd inquired about it, that there had been a criminal case laid against some members of the Implatuzi Water Board at the Richards Bay Police Station. But further correspondence from the SIU indicated that the public prosecutor declined to prosecute that case. And they'd indicated that the SIU was continuing to do more detailed investigations. So that is the current status with regard to that, that we're awaiting more information from the SIU, and for them to provide us more information, which might include information about the roles of board members, current and past. So we will act when we receive that information from the SIU. But in the meantime, on the basis of the information that we have from the SIU, that they did consider it, they did consider to have sufficient information to lay charges with the police, we are now carrying out our own investigation into the role of board members, both with regard to the cooperation with the SIU and also with regard to the allegations. And if our own investigations indicates that we need to act against any of the board members, then we will do so. But Chairperson, that completes the additional information that we were asked to provide the committee after the 14th of September meeting. What I'd like to do now, with your permission, is to introduce the information that we've provided for today's meeting, which is the details of all deviations and expansions, as well as the list of all approved and not approved condemnations by National Treasury. We've submitted a number of spreadsheets because the information is very detailed and there's a lot of information. So we've tried to put as much useful information in the spreadsheets as possible, so that you can get a complete picture. The first one I would like to just introduce is the spreadsheet that we provided on approved and not approved condemnations. So in that regard, perhaps before I get into the actual spreadsheet, what I should mention is that to date, the value of the condemnations of irregular and unauthorized expenditure from National Treasury is 1.528 billion. And we've submitted additional condemnations to the value of approximately 7 billion to National Treasury, which are still in process with National Treasury. Either National Treasury has turned them down and we are doing additional work to go back to National Treasury to address the issues that they've raised, or National Treasury is still in process with them. There are other parts of irregular expenditure that we still need to investigate and then take disciplinary action or institute criminal proceedings based on the results of the investigations, which will then lead us to approaching National Treasury for additional condemnations. So our total irregular expenditure to date, which has not yet been condoned by National Treasury, is 16.5 billion. Of that, we've only received condonation of 1.5 billion. And we have 15 cases with National Treasury up to the value of approximately 8 billion. So there's another 8 billion, which we need to investigate, and then we will be going to National Treasury for condonation. So in summary, Chairperson, all of our regular expenditure, we intend to work with National Treasury until we address all the issues to obtain condonation or investigate, which will then lead to request to National Treasury for condonation. So in the spreadsheet that we provided, we have a number of columns of description of the either unauthorized or irregular expenditure, the incident, the date of the incident, the financial year of the incident, the companies involved, the officials involved based on the investigations, the actions taken either against the companies or the officials. The first part of the table covers the condemnations which were not approved by National Treasury. And as I've indicated, National Treasury always gives us reasons why they turned down our initial request for condonation. And those reasons usually relate to issues such as that the SIU investigations are not yet complete, or criminal processes are still underway, or that the disciplinary processes that we've started are not yet complete. So in some of these cases, we have to wait for the disciplinary processes to be complete and then inform National Treasury that for those particular items, there was proper consequence management. The disciplinary processes are now complete, and they would then be in a position to provide the condemnations. And in all of these cases where National Treasury initially turned down the condemnation, we are addressing the issues either by collaborating with the SIU or by ensuring that disciplinary processes are completed. Or by carrying out additional forensic internal audit investigations. At the end of the spreadsheet are the items for which the condemnations have been received. There's four cases where the condemnations have been received, and they make up the value of 1.5 billion that I mentioned where we have received condemnations. So just again, in summary, Chairperson, our total irregular expenditure to date, which has not been condoned, is 16.5 billion. Condemnations to date is 1.5 billion. Cases submitted to National Treasury, which are either in process at National Treasury or National Treasury has turned down the condemnation and we need to do additional work, is 8 billion. And cases still to be investigated, which would then result in identification of required consequence management or criminal action or civil action, is approximately 8 billion. So the second spreadsheet, which I'd like to introduce to the members, is the spreadsheet covering deviations and expansions. Expansions meaning extensions to contracts beyond the original contract period. In this spreadsheet, we've also provided information covering the project description, the supplier or service provider, the value of the deviation. You'll see in the first one, the value of the deviation is blank. That's because there was an appointment with an undefined amount. That particular appointment was terminated by the department after 1.5 million expenditure, but the others have the value of the deviations in them. The This report covers two financial years, 2020, 2021, and 2022, up to the fourth quarter of 21-22. During that period, National Treasury changed the regulatory framework for deviations, and they delegated more authority to accounting officers to approve deviations where you previously had to go to National Treasury for approval for the deviations. Sorry? Yes. So you'll see in the later part of the spreadsheet, particularly related to the current financial year, most of the deviations under the heading where it says not supported or conditional supported, it says noting. That means that the accounting officer would have approved the deviation and submitted it to Treasury for noting under the new regulatory framework for deviations. Where we extended contracts, but during that time, National Treasury approval for a deviation was concerned, and the extension of the contract required a deviation, or we had some other deviation from supply chain management regulations, which would have required a National Treasury approval. And where we proceeded with the procurement, despite not getting National Treasury approval for the deviation, we have declared all of those cases as irregular expenditure. And they're all in our irregular expenditure register. And I'm going to come in some of the other spreadsheets just now about how far we are and what we're doing about all the investigations into our irregular expenditure. So I will come to that. But the most important point to note from this spreadsheet is that you will see from the spreadsheet that there are some deviations which were not approved by National Treasury. And in those cases where there was expenditure, we've declared it as irregular, and it then goes to the next process, which is forensic investigation by internal audit or outsourced forensic investigators, which will then in turn lead to either disciplinary action, criminal cases, or civil litigation. And that in turn will then lead to processes of requesting National Treasury for condonation once all of those processes are complete. The next spreadsheet shows the concluded investigations into unauthorized and irregular expenditure. So the current situation in the department, as I indicated earlier, is that we have about 16.5 billion worth of irregular expenditure. We've concluded investigations into about half of that, 8 billion. We still need to do investigations into into the remaining 8 billion of it. We have a backlog of investigations into cases of irregular expenditure, Chairperson, and I'm going to speak just now when I talk to the other spreadsheets about what we're doing to address that backlog of forensic investigations into our irregular expenditure. This spreadsheet on the concluded investigations into unauthorized and irregular expenditure shows the description of the unauthorized or irregular expenditure, the financial year in which it took place, the companies and officials involved based on the investigations, and the actions taken to date. So it gives an updated indication for each of the cases as to what is the progress with regard to the actions to date. The next spreadsheets, Chairperson, talk about all the outstanding investigations, our backlog of investigations. The reason why we have a backlog of investigations that I've been able to ascertain is that the main reason seems to be that the department was relying only on its existing internal capacity to do investigations. Since Minister Mkhunu started and since I started as accounting officer, we've been engaging with internal audit with regard to how this can be accelerated, because it's not acceptable to have a situation where year after year our backlog of internal audits and forensic investigations increases because we don't have enough capacity to deal with the workload. And in order to address that, internal audit has put in place a panel of forensic investigators so that we can deal with the backlog. And the first batch of investigations will be allocated to expert forensic investigators on the panel. And they will be contractually committed to those experts by the end of this week. So we've been through in the past months, we've been in the process of doing a procurement process to establish the panel, and then identifying the initial batch of projects to allocate to the service providers on the panel. And we will then allocate a second batch by the end of November 2022. We've also, because we've realized that on the basis of that first supply chain management process, the number of forensic experts that we have on the panel is not sufficient for us to deal with the backlog as rapidly as we would like to. We've also started another supply chain process to expand our panel of PSPs. So we will be having these waves of allocations of our backlog internal audit investigations or forensic audit investigations, starting from allocations this week, then November, and continuously until the backlog is addressed. Our target for completely eradicating the backlog of forensic investigations into both unauthorized and irregular expenditure and fruitful and wasteful expenditure is March 2024. And I'll say why it's so long. So for irregular expenditure alone, our backlog is 353 cases that need to be investigated, amounting to approximately 8 billion. And the figure for fruitless and wasteful expenditure backlog for fruitless and wasteful expenditure is is 460 cases with a total value of 344 million. So you can see if you add the 460 cases for fruitless and wasteful and the 353 cases for irregular, there's almost 700 cases that need to be taken through forensic investigations. That's why we've set a target to complete that by March 2024, and we will be and why we've created this panel and why we've going to be going through these waves of allocations of cases to be done by the forensic investigators on the panel. So this spreadsheet that I was on provides information on all the cases which are going to be investigated related to irregular expenditure, the name of the company involved, the location, the amount, the description of the incidents. And you can see from the table that on the main account in the first, this table is just the first batch that will be awarded by the end of this week. You can see there's 17 cases from the main account and 35 cases from the trading account. Then the next spreadsheet focuses on fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the water trading account. The same comments apply. As I indicated, we have a large backlog here of 460 cases, and they are also being allocated to forensic investigators using the panel. And this spreadsheet provides information on the first batch, which will be allocated this week. You can see there's a lot of cases. Then the final spreadsheet that we submitted is similarly the cases for fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the main account. And many of these relate to corporate services type of issues, such as accommodation. You can see in the description of the incident, a lot of them are accommodation. This relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure from covering over many years, related to instances, for example, where officials make a booking at a hotel and then don't show. All of these will be investigated. And again, this is the first batch which is being allocated to the outsourced forensic investigators. Chairperson, that brings me to an end of the introduction to the documents which we submitted to the committee for this meeting. I don't know how I'm doing in terms of time, but we can also now go through the PowerPoint presentation on the 2020-21 annual report, if you like.
Oh, you're all right. You're still good. You can go in. You're taking your notes, right? And then they will give each member sufficient time to do their back and forth.
Could I ask the secretary to assist me, please, to set up my laptop and to connect it so that I can present up here? I have to sit there.
I think it's somewhere here. Sound and vision. Funny name, sound and vision.
Alternatively, Chairperson, given that the members have the presentation and given that this, oh, there's a screen here as well, okay.
Sound and vision, are you here? Okay, the colleagues who are on the virtual platform have got this on email, right? So it's fine. They will use we've got hard copies, so I think let's proceed.
Okay.
And manage our time. Okay. And then when they are able to go online, they'll set it up. So we manage is cut. But everybody's got it online. Soft copy in any case.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So this is the presentation dated 14 September on the 2020-21 annual report of the department. This annual report was submitted to Parliament late because of issues related to the finalization of the Auditor General report. So we have since also submitted our 2021-2022 annual report, but this presentation is just on the 2020-2021 annual report. The slide 3 provides an introduction. So I'd like to just spend a few minutes indicating, I thought it was worthwhile to talk a little bit about our strategic priorities as a department, to provide some context to the annual report. And if you look at those strategic priorities on slide 3, they relate to both water resource management, to water services, and to improving our own functioning internally as a department in relation to issues such as project management, financial management, human resource management, consequence management, etc. So we are currently planning and implementing a range of major projects to augment the national bulk water resource infrastructure. Many of these projects are delayed, and we are putting particular emphasis and attention to accelerating the delayed projects and having them completed. For example, we've been putting a lot of attention to liaising with our counterparts in Lesotho to make sure that the Lesotho Highlands project is expedited and that we make up for lost time on that project. And there are a range of other projects around the country as well, where we are focusing on national water resource infrastructure projects, where we are focusing on expediting them, making sure that they're completed. South Africa, as we all know, is a water scarce country, and there are limitations to the extent to which we can meet our water needs through surface water. And we need to look at other sources of water as well, including groundwater and seawater desalination. And that's also a priority for the department. We're going to need to invest a lot more money into national water resource infrastructure in the future. And in order to do that, we have now published the bill for comment on the creation of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. The main aim of that is to amalgamate the water trading entity of the department and the TCTA, and to transfer the assets of the department to the new NWRIA, so that we have an entity with a very substantial balance sheet. And the intention is for that entity in the future to be able to borrow without necessarily getting national treasury guarantees for the borrowing, so that we can raise more money from the private sector for investment in national water resource infrastructure. Historically, the department is largely focused on its national water resource function. Minister Mkhunu has taken a different view and has said that as Minister of Water and Sanitation, he is also responsible for water services and for the delivery of water services by municipalities. He's of the view that it's his responsibility. You can't say that it's the responsibility of the Department of Cooperative Governance to make sure that municipal water and sanitation services improve. In that regard, we've restructured the department. The minister recently approved a new structure. You heard Rizimati introduce himself as the new DDG for water services, and we are now putting much more attention to the water services function than we did in the past. We are strengthening our support and intervention in municipalities. We're currently supporting and intervening in one way or another in approximately 30 municipalities around the country, which is unprecedented for us as a department. We have a long way to go. We could make a separate presentation to you, Chairperson, on the challenges, which in our view is the biggest challenge in the water sector, water and sanitation sectors at municipal level. There's a huge amount of work that needs to be done to turn that around, but that is what it has become a major focus for us now. We're also focusing on strengthening our regulatory interventions to address pollution, and that links to our support and intervention in municipalities, because strengthening our regulatory role with regard to municipalities will also enable us to support and intervene more effectively in municipalities. Given the huge investment requirements in the water sector, both for bulk water resource infrastructure, but also at municipal level, a major focus for us is also to increase the participation of private sector finance and skills in the water sector. And in that regard, we've recently established a water partnerships office together with the DBSA and SALGA, which is going to be a ring-fenced entity housed in the DBSA, which will be focusing on assisting municipalities to put in place public-private partnerships for projects such as non-revenue water, seawater desalination, and water reuse at municipal level. As per the President's announcements about improving our turnaround times for water use licenses, that remains a major focus for us. We have improved our water use license turnaround time in general, but we're not yet meeting the President's target of always completing a license application within 90 days. But we're working towards that. With our newly approved organogram, we're going to soon be advertising for some of our technical positions in our regional offices related to the processing of water use license applications. We are prioritizing creating more capacity in that area. Of course, in our water scarce environment, increased water use efficiency and demanding conservation management remain priorities. As will be indicated by the CFO, while we've made quite a lot of progress with our turnaround and financial recovery plan, and the department is now on a much better financial footing. Its balance sheet is in a much better state than it was previously. There's still work that we need to do in that regard. And a further priority for us is to reduce all the irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is covered in the spreadsheets, which we looked at just now, and ensure proper consequence management for financial conduct in DWS. And probably one of the most important challenges, in addition to the challenge of municipal, the quality of municipal water and sanitation service delivery, the other major challenge facing the sector is financial sustainability. And it relates to the poor performance generally at municipal level. Municipalities owe our water boards many billions of rand. And they do that because of weaknesses with their billing and revenue collection and their non-revenue water. The debts owed to the water boards in turn result in the water boards owing our water trading entity many billions of rand. The root cause of these financial problems is weak billing and revenue collection at municipal level. So we need to work very closely with National Treasury and COGTA to try and address this problem of weak billing and revenue collection at municipal level. Otherwise, increasingly over time, it's going to result in certain institutions in the sector becoming financially unsustainable. For example, Sedibeng Water Board recently was basically bankrupt when the minister decided to restructure it and incorporate it into Bloem Water and Makhali's Water. And that relates to huge debts owed to Sedibeng Water by some of the municipalities that it provides services to. As you noted, Chairperson, when we were introducing ourselves, we have made good progress in our filling of posts. All of our DDG positions are filled now. As you heard, Leonardo introduce himself as the acting DDG for infrastructure. That's because the DDG for infrastructure is suspended, and the case is included in the spreadsheets that we've presented to you, and we hope that that case will be completed soon. But otherwise, we've made very good progress in filling our vacant DDG posts and our chief director posts. And as I indicated, the minister has now approved the new structure for the department, which means that for the first time in a long time, we can clean up our data on Persol. We're going to have a matching and placing process, and we can then accurately capture the approved structure on Persol with all the personnel allocated to the posts. And then we can in future give more accurate information as to what are the real vacancies levels in the department. With those introductory remarks, Chairperson, I'd like to ask Babawa, who's in charge of performance management in the department, or reporting on performance management, to briefly take us through the slides on our non-financial performance. Babawa. Come to the front here.
Good morning once again, honorable members. This slide just indicates a comparison between the non-financial. Let me just try to get closer. That's okay. This slide just indicates a comparison between the financial and non-financial performance for the department during the 2020-2021 financial year. If you look at the administration performance, it indicates a 94.5% expenditure and an actual achievement of 53% in terms of non-financial performance. And the areas of underperformance are actually summarized in that slide. It is an implementation of the financial recovery plan and turnaround plan, our expenditure, the number of data days, and implementation of our annual international relations program, and also the implementation of the coaching and mentorship program for levels 14, 15, and 16. If you look at the second program, it indicates a performance of 74%, whilst we spent 85.8% of our budget, and the areas of underperformance indicate our inability to complete the feasibility and implementation readiness studies. Is it fine now? Okay. for water and wastewater services projects, which is the regional bulk infrastructure grant, the completion of our district municipalities, reliability, 5-year reliability, water and sanitation services, delivery implementation plans. We could not finalize the development of the water and sanitation bill, and also the finalization of the National Water Resources Strategy, the 3rd edition. If you look at the 3rd program, which is water infrastructure development, we achieved a performance of 45% and spent 84% of our budget. And the areas of underperformance relate to the bulk raw water projects, which could not be ready for implementation, and those that were under construction. Our regional bulk infrastructure projects under construction and those that should have been completed. We could not implement all of our COVID-19 intervention projects. The replacement of bucket sanitation backlog systems in formal settlements was not achieved. The completion of the maintenance and dam safety rehabilitation projects, and also the rehabilitation of the conveyance systems. The last program, which is water sector regulation, we achieved a performance of 85% and spent 84.3% of our budget. And the areas of underperformance relate to the completion of the green drop regulatory requirements assessments for wastewater systems, and also the gazetting of our regional water utilities. Overall, for the 2020-2021 financial year, we achieved 62% of what was planned and spent 85% of our budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DG, and the members. I'll take the committee through the financial overview of the 2021 financial year. As indicated, the department spent 85% during that financial year. It was the year of COVID-19 lockdown. However, there are other factors that contributed to the underspending, our internal inefficiencies, but mainly in the main, we have noted that the filling of posts were not up to the optimal level, as well as the capital expenditure due to the low economic activities. And just as part of the highlights, we're also reflecting on the financial recovery plan that the department has developed, which we are constantly monitoring to make sure that we do not regress. And the slides will also be reflecting on the liabilities and accruals and payables, which was certainly a problem in the past for the department. The slide number 8 provides the financial highlights. These are the key items from the financial statements. The bank balance is favorable, but also to note that one of the contributing factors in this case would be the underspending. However, we do know that in the past, there were challenges with bank overdrafts for both the vote and the water trading entity. We have also noted a significant decrease in the advances that we have made to the various water boards, which were implementing projects on behalf of the department. Of concern is the contingent assets. Those are the claims that we are having. The significant item there is the Guyana projects, which is currently before courts. And accruals and payables, they are reducing, which is how it should be, that they should move in that direction. Similarly to the commitments. Contingent liabilities, that relates to the guarantees that we have on the TCTA loans, and my colleagues here will be talking to that. And the improper expenditure will be covering that in the subsequent slide. The 12 million reduction, there is the write-off that was processed for the Amatola water project. And on the water trading entity, is the same trend. In that year, we did record low spending. And this is an account where we had serious issues around bank overdraft, but we managed to close at 1.4 billion. As indicated by my colleagues, trade receivables is still a challenge. We are having various interventions together with COCTA, National Treasury, and municipalities to try and recover most of the debts. This includes also the debt from the various individuals as well as the companies, in addition to municipalities. Financial liabilities is the other side of those contingent liabilities that are sitting on the department's accounts and on the water trading entity. These are the actual loans, and the details will be covered by my colleagues from TCTA. The rest, Chairperson, are the same that will be talking to the improper expenditure in detail in the next slides. The most contributing factor to the under expenditure for this financial year is the infrastructure on the vote. The regional bulk infrastructure grant, where we have underspent by 1.7, as indicated, there were low economic activities. Our commitments that we had did not move in various provinces. That included also the water services infrastructure grant. Similarly, with the intervention, Mfuleni intervention for the Eval River system, we had 147 million available, and we also applied for a rollover to National Treasury for those funds. We've put together various measures to improve the spending in the subsequent years, and also to deal with the root causes that are contributing to these issues of non-spending. On compensation of employees, the Director General already indicated that we have put together HR plan. We have a new organizational structure that is being implemented. And regarding local government conditional grants as well, we continue to work with municipalities. This is in addition to instances where the municipalities are appointed as implementing agents, and where the department is making transfers through the conditional grants. We still continue to follow that those funds are being used for the intended purposes. Operational and capital expenditure, we've been working very close with our water boards. There are also reforms that DG spoke to, but there are also other important interventions that we have made. One of them is the implementation of the procurement strategy within the department to ensure that we comply with the framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management as issued out by National Treasury. And this is helping us because we have now the ability to plan well in advance for our procurement, and also tighten the loose gaps around internal controls well in advance. So we all know what we'll be procuring now in the current year and in the outer years, whilst complying to the requirements for procuring for infrastructure. Chairperson, the next part of the presentation was to provide the overview of the audit outcomes in the 2021 financial year. The vote was qualified with findings that is on the own leaks matter, and the water trading entity received unqualified opinion. The qualification was subsequently resolved in the 21-22 financial year, which DG indicated that the department has already tabled. And also to confirm that we have put together detailed action plans to deal with the corrective actions. We have milestones, and we are monitoring the implementation of those plans. There are other measures that we have put in place, just general awareness within the organization, training of staffs, our bid committees, to make sure that they are empowered to make proper decisions as they draw up specifications, develop bid specifications, evaluating, as well as the adjudication process. And as indicated in the subsequent year, we managed to table our reports and submit financials on time. We are constantly working with both the Auditor General and the Accountant General, especially where we have a difference of opinions. We make sure that we engage timeously to resolve them. Some of the issues raised by the Auditor General on key irregularities are discussed in the subsequent slides. One of them is the amount that was paid for the site establishment cost and the standing time. Here, Chairperson, I must confirm that the Director General did appoint a service provider through our internal audit. Investigation was concluded, and various recommendations were made, and we are currently implementing those. I think he touched briefly on those. And the next one has to do with the payment made to a consultant firm without evidence of work performed. This is on the vote, the department. The total amount is 17.9. and the matter is before the High Court, and it was also reported to the South African Police Service. And we are continuing with disciplinary proceedings on the official who's still in the public service, whilst the police are still pursuing the other processes. We also have one material irregularity on the water trading entity that relates to interest that was paid due to non-payment of an advance to a service provider, which was contractually required. And investigation was also concluded, and the department has engaged the state attorney to recover the total amount of 2.2 from the former executives of the department, in line with the recommendations. Okay, Chairperson, the next slide has to do with the financial recovery plan, and DG will be getting into details on those. He did provide an overview. It's just a summary of all the improper expenditure in the interest of time, but also to allow my colleagues from TCTA to make their inputs. With your permission, I will not go into details, as this will be covered in the subsequent presentation by the Director General. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. That brings us to the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. The minister had joined earlier on, whilst just shortly after the presentation had started. Colleagues, should we engage the main account and do TCTA after? We take them now. Do them now. Take their presentation. Okay. We must be consultative. All right. I'm going to request. Are you presenting, sir? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. CEO, right. Over to you. Mike.
Apologies, Chair. You can see I'm a bit confused. I have to start with excuses first. We had submitted a package that talks to the deviations, that talks to the variations and irregular expenditure. Now, but I've just seen somebody had loaded a presentation that I need to do with in relation to the performance of the previous year, the 21-22. I'm just not sure how to connect to this system on the side.
It's fine. Sound is back. It's fine. You just let us know which one it is, because Mrs. Kawinda's got all your documents and she's streaming as you go. So just circumvent the continued movement and connections, because apparently there's one plug, what.
Okay.
They still need to wireless this place.
Chair, is this one, but with your permission, I would finish with this one, because what I wanted to
It's fun. Present how you
thank you.
Comfortable, so that we eliminate your confusion.
Thank you very much. Chair, perhaps one just needs to talk to what we were supposed to submit for now. And I think it follows the same way that the DG has actually highlighted the issues. From our side, we have submitted a package that talks to the deviations and variations. And what I need to say, as far as those are concerned, they were in line with all our policies. So but really, there were no issues as far as that is concerned. But we do have a list that has been provided in that. The one area that is of concern, of course, it's the irregular expenditure. The part of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was not material. In fact, just from the top of my head, I remember one case that had to do with us having not paid ESCOM within 14 days. So there was, it attracted some interest as far as that is concerned. But primarily, our issues relate to the irregular expenditure. And maybe just at a high level, what I need to say is the majority of them, probably around 81%, they relate to instruction note 3 of 2016-2017. And the reason why we have issues in relation to that is it would seem at the time that when this was put in place, for some reason, TCTA missed the note 3 as it was started. So for a particular period, there was a lot of, there was no alignment between our internal policies and note 3. And this really related to this. And the total amount was around 650 million in terms of the kind of contracts that we've finalized then. And because these are multi-year contracts, the problem becomes every year as work gets done, then it gets involved. You have to now report on those. But the biggest problem that we have, it's between ourselves and National Treasury, we have not been able to find each other in terms of the condonations. The other part, except for the 650, it's about 123 million. That was for the AMD. I don't know whether members would remember that at the start of this whole thing of AMD, there was a lot of issues where in Gauteng people were talking about decant in Johannesburg that's going to happen. And there was an emergency process that was followed by the then CE that tended out not to be in line with the policies and even note 3. So that is the 123 that I'm talking about. The rest is about 31 million, which is about 4% of that. That relates to the legal issues, because we have contracts that go over maybe 10 years, sometimes 15 years in terms of what we need to put when we doing the construction. Now, the problem with that is at the beginning, we would have labor services, people that assist us with construction or putting together the labor contracts, and then followed by us negotiating with the service providers in terms of the work that we need to do. But over time, until the project has been finalized, there's always some challenges that relates to that. And we get stuck because on one side we say you can have a contract to the maximum of 5 years, not more than that. And then when we have a legal issue, it's easier to deal with the original people that did the contract rather than now starting from scratch, briefing new ones and then getting into a situation where you would have them now be ready to defend the case in terms of what needs to happen. So the majority of what's left was there was some problem with us now being able to procure new services in terms of new legal panels. And then we ended up having to spend this money in terms of those exceptions, in terms of how we did this. But what I need to bring to the attention of the committee primarily is all of these things were related to irregular expenditure, but ourselves and National Treasury have not been able to find each other in terms of them actually approving the condonations. I think what they are looking for is for that to end up at board, but we needed to make sure that we engage with them. And I think the last engagement with them was even last week in terms of engaging, but it's very unfortunate that at this stage, they have not condoned most of the what we've sent through. In fact, all of them. And their reason is we have taken consequence management against everybody from the executives where they were concerned down into the organization. But we've also had a few cases of sort of class actions where the employees were saying, but we were following policy in terms of what we've done. The original note 3, the problem with this was you have to go to Treasury if you have a deviation of more than 20 million. Now, the size of our contracts are quite huge. And the problem is the infrastructure that we build, except when it's dams. If you are building pipes, you don't know what's underneath in terms of what you do. Now, if you follow the Construction Industry Development Board, it says you need to have an engineer on the ground that would actually look at whatever the finding is, if there has to be a deviation or change in scope. Usually that's what we follow, and that's what our policies, internal policies says we need to do. So the employees followed that because we had a problem of saying, if you have standing time, because you have people that are contracted to do work, if they have standing time, that's going to be fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we followed, or the employees followed the route of saying, we will go the route of having an engineer making that call then. But then it's Treasury was saying, but you did not come to us first. And sometimes their turnaround time might be a week or even more. So that has been primarily the issue that we had. That explains the big issue between us and Treasury, where they are saying, but we need employees to come and say, yes, we admit we are wrong, and we will not actually have this thing done again in terms of, but the employees say, but we were following process in terms of this. So we even, I now through the board as well had to take disciplinary action against everybody, because before you can even get to the stage of condonation, you need to show that you have actually taken that process, and we have done that. But where it's been a problem has been with the employees saying, but yes, I have taken the punishment, but I still think whatever we've done has not been wrong, because we were following the process where we are. Now, there is another process that TCTA can follow, wherein we take this to board. But I think from our side, we did not want to rush to that process until we have made sure that there's no other way rather than going to board to look for condonation, because it's always best to start with Treasury and try and make sure that you get the condonation sorted out from there. So that's primarily, Chair, where we are. And I've tried to give a high level, because the submissions that we've made are about the condonations, and about 81% of those, they relate to this. The other part, like I've said, is AMD, which is how the original contracts came to be when there was an emergency that we're going to get a decant in Johannesburg based on what was happening at the time. And the last two now relate to the legal aspects that I've explained. Now, the only thing that I need to do now would now be to just touch on the presentation as we have it, because I think we will deal with matters in terms of the questions that would come from the committee in terms of that. So if you allow the presentation that was up there, I can then look at it, because perhaps what I did not say is last time we were at the Scopa, it was in relation to the delayed or late submissions in terms of our
And then COVID saved you.
annual report.
Yeah, and then COVID saved you after that. But National Treasury is online. They are here. So just to flag that for you colleagues on what has been said. National Treasury, just note what has been said insofar as all your turnaround time, your note stream, your processes and your questions, and we'll give you an opportunity to respond and put your side of the story. The one thing we thrive on here is to bring families together. So if AG and you're not working with them, I mean, National Treasury will bring you together like we did RAF, AG, ASP, National. So we'll bring you together. Bamba, 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 mamtrash. Let them finish. It's just bamba. Then they're done. You will come in. So already you've got Mam Tolash's question hanging. Let's
Yes.
just get their presentation, and then you will be first off the bat. And then National Treasury, you can come in on the issues that have been raised on the processes. Right, over to you, CEO.
Chair, over and above the
Mazamani, please behave.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just wanted to hear more from the CEO. He sounds to me that he's in between his employees and the regulations from Treasury. He does not, for me, articulate what is his stance insofar as his responsibility is concerned, according to the two things that he has extensively articulated, that workers follow their policies. The regulations are compulsory from Treasury, but he does not explain to us what is his personal role and responsibility insofar as the matter is concerned, because he also mentioned the fact that they are having a class action, which it will be definitely be there if the CEO is unable to articulate to us, because he does carry the responsibilities. It cannot be that he, forgive me my harsh word, he seems to be neutral on the matter. He does not stand for either his workers nor the Treasury. Where is he? That is the office of the CEO in this matter. Even before he goes to have his presentation, because for me, that all talks to
his personal responsibility as a CEO. Thanks, Chair.
It's fine, but also the chair of the board is also here, so that's important because there's a board process which he has flagged but has not arrived at. So just note that and you will respond to it, Mr. Chair, just note it as well. So that there's clarity in terms of your own position on the matter. Right, you can proceed.
Chair, before I get to this presentation, I just wanted to explain the last time we were here and what has happened subsequent to that. The issue was around the accounting treatment for the work that gets done in Lesotho. And we went through a process that involved the accountant general as well. That process took long between us and the AG, but ultimately we were able to resolve that long outstanding issue to the extent that for this year, we've already submitted and tabled our annual report in Parliament. So the issue has now been laid to rest in terms of how between ourselves, the department and the AG would actually work around that particular issue. So that is done. I'm tempted to respond to the question, Chair, but
lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Okay, Chair. I'll come to it afterwards, Chair. Chair, this is just a strategy, and you'll have to excuse the dates because this is the presentation that we've done before.
Content we want.
Yes. I think we can pass this. This is just an outline of, in fact, you can start on slide 8 because these slides just talk to the mandate of TCTA. If you can just get to slide 8. The next one, where it talks about the performance, organizational performance. Yes, the next one, please. Thank you. We saying TCTA continue to play its critical role in the water sector, which is supported by its track record of raising funding for the implementation of infrastructure, the quality infrastructure project delivery within budget, as well as debt management, amongst other things. So primarily, we're looking at raising of funding for major projects, especially those that can be done off balance sheet, where we don't come to Parliament for votes, but rather the projects need to pay for themselves. We actually go into the market to raise that funding on behalf of the department. Yes, there are incidences where we have to work with the department in terms of getting money from them, especially when you have a large social component of the end users, a lot of people that cannot be able to pay. So there the department would come in, and I think the CFO from the department talked a bit about some of the money that needs to come to us. But that's how we do projects, but primarily because the state cannot go into the markets to borrow money directly. It's only Treasury that does that. We are the ones that do it on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation. And for now, all projects, capital and interest were made on the due date, and the borrowing limits on the project were not breached. Primarily for the year under review, Chair, a lot of work was done more on the debt management because we were still at the beginning phase of new projects. There's still a lot of negotiations that are happening with the end users in terms of what kind of projects are we putting in, whether it's feasible and whether they'll be able to pay for the projects. So our focus has been on looking at where we are in terms of projects, capital and interest payments. Though outside the reporting period, it is important to note that on 28 May 2021, TCTA repaid one of the bonds and its associated coupon, an amount of about 9.8 billion. And this demonstrated to the market the ability to finance national water resource infrastructure and repay the money owed through the tariffs received from the users. Thank you. And these are some of the projects that are in implementation at this stage. Phase 2A of the Mokolo Crocodile Water Augmentation Project, which will augment water supply to ESCOM for IPP power generation, associated coal mining, the Palale municipalities, and unlock economic development in the waterberg coal fields. Perhaps just looking at the Lephalale municipality, we know the problems that are happening within the Limpopo part, wherein there's not enough water and the challenges that go with that. So part of what this project will be looking at would now be how to ensure that there would be water in those particular areas. But then there are other big projects in terms of support. And this involves about 160 kilometers of pipeline from Tabazimbi to Lephalale in Limpopo. The project is in the tender phase, design and procurement phase, and it's approximately 12.3 billion in terms of the estimated cost at this stage. And the issuing of the tender is dependent on the securing of the total project funding or National Treasury granting exemption from the requirement of National Treasury Supply Chain Management Note 3 that required funding to be available before going out on tender. I can say that last week we had a meeting with Treasury and they still decided that they are not going to grant us this exemption. We still have to ensure that we secure the funding before we can even start with the project. Project in maintenance, in operations and maintenance. The one that we're dealing with is the short-term intervention for acid mine drainage, operation of the 3 plants in Gauteng to treat acid mine drainage to an acceptable quality before discharging into the environment. All water that was discharged into the environment met the required specifications. No reports of contamination of groundwater or surface water from acid mine drainage rising too high in the mining void were received. Even though we've had a failure on one of the main pumps on the central basin and the standby replacement pump having reduced capacity, as well as an extended interruption due to community vandalism to the electricity supply, the target of the water levels in the basin was achieved. There has been some challenges in that. I think the members would have seen in the news where we're talking about waiting for some pumps from Germany because those were the only suppliers. But currently we are looking at other options in terms of having alternative suppliers because we can't depend only on one supplier. And Chair, to your point, we were not helped also by COVID because even when we were supposed to get these spares, nobody could actually come and have a look at what the problems were. Next slide, please. The other part that we're dealing with, it's outside Lesotho. When the water comes into South Africa, the delivery tunnel on the South African side is managed by us, STCTA, on behalf of the department. The tunnel is from the border between Lesotho and South Africa to the Ash River outfall on the north of Clarence in the Free State. And TCTA complied with all of its operations and maintenance obligations to ensure that the infrastructure could deliver the scheduled 780 million cubic meters of water at the designated outlet point in the Ash River. So we did not have any problems there. Next slide. Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CFO to deal with the financial analysis.
Thanks, Chair. Regarding the financials, we'll look at the main accounts, which is the tariff receivable, cash and cash equivalents, retained income, and the long-term financial market liabilities. In terms of the tariff receivable, this is the right for TCTA to receive funds from the department. There has been a reduction, and this is mainly due to the capitalized cost being below what was actually received. And in terms of the cash and cash equivalent, the amount is less due to the underspending that we had. And with the retained income, this is basically the net surplus on the income statement, which is the finance income that we have. And for the long-term liabilities, we had a reduction from 20 to 9.9. This was mainly due to the reclassification. As the CE had said, we had the redemption of 9.5, so we had to move that to the short term. In terms of the operational highlights for the tariffs built, that's the revenue we exceeded budget, and that was mainly due to the volumes being higher than what we had budgeted for. And the running expenditure, we were below budget, mainly due to the admin cost, which is the staff cost, the O&M royalties, and the LHDA operations. Given that most of the time during the year under review, there was lockdown, so there was minimal activities across the board. The next slide just looks at the debt across all projects. what we have here, most of our debt is on FRESAP and on the LHWP. On the next slide, we have the cash flow analysis. This just shows in terms of the payments. Most of our payments, it went to the suppliers and employees. And then we paid the finance cost as well. The next slide is just the Auditor General's audit opinion. We received an unqualified audit opinion for 2020-21. Chair, the CE has spoken about the irregular expenditure. This is just a reflection in terms of the balance. At the beginning of 2021, we had 804 million as irregular expenditure, and there was new expenditure for the year, which was 1.1 billion. We had a reversal of the others, and the balance at the end of the year was 806 million. The bulk of this is as a result of the Treasury Note 3 of 2016-2017. And the next slide is just a slide in terms of irregular expenditure, where we started in 2017-2018, where we were the 650, and it just reflects on to show that we have really moved in addressing this. And in terms of the progress on the irregular expenditure, much of the irregular expenditure is from 2017-2018. We have improved the control environment to ensure that there is compliance with the legislation. We have revised our policy to ensure that it does comply with the National Treasury Instruction Note. And we did we revised the procedure manual and ensure that there's everyone within the organization knows what's expected of them. And we had a process to manage the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We also established a loss control committee, and that is a committee that will look at all the potential irregular expenditure that is reported, and they will quantify the losses and make the recommendation to the CE in terms of what action needs to be taken against the affected employees. And Chair, I think the last slide is just deals with the going concern. As TCTA, we are going concern. There hasn't been really much change in terms of our operating environment, and we'll be able to pay our obligations as they become due. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, perhaps at this stage, I need to just get to the question for clarity that was requested, maybe before my chair comes in. Our understanding is, and the attitude from my side, member, in terms of this is compliance. And the reason why we took action against everybody that was concerned, and the problem with some of these things happened in the LEIS. And but where we could not, or some of the people had left the organization, or some they could not even decide or determine who was at fault in terms of what has happened. I've actually gone the route of saying we are going to take consequence management against everybody, despite this being a situation where there was no financial loss. But our attitude is one that says, look, if there's a policy that's in place, or we get an instruction note, we have to comply. Everything else comes afterwards. I think my explanation might have been to try, and maybe I was trying to preempt the question, why are these things taking so long? Because if you look at it, this is like almost 5 years that we've been engaging with Treasury. So I was trying to get to the point to say, just to explain that situation why. But from a point of view of where I sit and where the board sit, it's one of those where we say, if you have to comply because there's a particular legislation in place or an instruction note, we have to follow it. We will have to deal with other issues later. So that explains the difference between us and National Treasury in terms of why there has not been condonation, because they were saying until we get those letters signed where people say we acknowledge that we are wrong, then these are not passed. And there's been a lot of, in fact, I have a zip file here that I wanted to share with the committee in terms of the communication between us and Treasury on these particular items. But this was more to explain that. But my own personal position is one that says, if there's a piece of legislation or in terms of PFMA, if the instruction note says this is how you're going to do it, you have to do it that way. And we went all through the particular process. Sometimes actually even me feeling a bit on the draconian side to say, well, if we can't find anybody, there's no way that we can get something condoned. So we look at the whole unit and actually ensure that we apply consequence management to that. So I'm at this particular point in time looking into the future. At least there has been a revision to Note 3, which then puts back the authority with the people like me in terms of the office of the chief executive to make those calls, and then they would actually be audited by the AG when they do their audit. So it was not because one is not sure of where we stand. We understand that we have to follow PFMA in terms of what needed to happen. But I am very frustrated as well in terms of how long this has sat in our books, especially because we go into the market on behalf of DWS to borrow money. So when you look at that irregular expenditure, it really does not look good in terms of what we've done. So it has not been a very good thing to still have in our books. So one would want to make sure then that we can deal with it once and for all. Thanks, Chair, for allowing me to respond.
Right, thank you very much. All right. The saved by COVID part is that when you were due to come back, we couldn't call you. Saved by the bell. All right, Chair, I've noted we will come to you. Maybe let's finish off on this matter that Mam Tolasha raised with the Chair of the Board. And then Honorable Mente, we'll go in a line. It's fine, this way. All right. Right, let's just get a response from the board on this matter of the TCTA, too many acronyms. And then we will come to you, colleagues. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thanks.
Okay, just stand by 1 second. It's on this matter, Honorable. Okay, all right, sure. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Now, there is two things that are at risk riding on the answer in particular that were given. One, non-compliance with the legislation is going to be viewed even by the DC as a by the way, if it can be justified by the head of the department. So the second one is, I'm looking at the list of those condemnations. How do you then justify a CEO that delays to issue a contract? And as a result of that, you have to resort to emergency appointment of such service that is required. And that on its own has got its own consequences because there's many other laws that you do not have to follow. People don't have water now. A dam is at risk and you have to find someone. But at the very same time, you allow a person not to comply with a law of finding the proper people and for them to be assessed in time in order for them to be appointed on merit. So there's two things. One, you are opening a door of non-compliance. Two, you are opening a door of corruption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just need to emphasize that we do not differ with respect to what the CEO has just alluded to in terms of consequence management and in terms of making sure that there is compliance. So we are not going to justify non-compliance, and that's what the board is passionate about. I think there are issues that have been advanced by some of the employees who are now supposed to actually face disciplinary hearing, and the board has to look into the matter, but we're not going to compromise on the issues. I think what was confusing was the fact that although there was legislative compliance, the major issue was Note 3. Okay, and I think the DG has alluded to it as well, and the C has alluded to that, which has since been reviewed and is now in line with our policy and also with CIDB. But that does not actually justify that there should have been non-compliance. So we are going to pursue the matter further. I'm just trying to give the committee comfort that we're not saying we're not going to proceed with consequence management, and our position is clear. I know what we have as a motivation from employees, that we did comply with CIDB, we did comply with the framework. We do not understand why we should now be taken to task. The major issue is you did not comply with note 3, whether it was revised or not. At the time of transgression, for lack of a better term, note 3 was applicable. The fact that it's no longer applicable is now in line with our policy. It's not material at all. Thanks, Chair.
It's a very gray area. It's a very, very gray area. Because I'm not clarified in terms of why you were not in receipt of revised note 3 when it came out. And then therefore how employees somehow now fall into the crack of this. There's something missing in terms of your receipt or no, your non-receipt and timelines of note 3. Because then I'm tempted to then say, is it either National Treasury did not communicate it to you, or that you did not clear your entry when it arrived and employees were left in the lurch? And therefore then who's responsible before we put it on the employees? It's not a statement of condemnation, it's just a statement of clarity. Why didn't you receive note 3? Okay, you just stand by, Mam Dolash, and then we'll go to questions. Sorry, colleagues.
And Chair, as you are insisting to say something is not so okay here, don't you think that already you have opening up for those employees to get scot-free from court?
The Chairman?
And what will be the implications? I'm just trying to, because for me, I'm not a legal guru. You have lost the case already. And if that is the case, Chair, is the board ready to take the responsibility financially and otherwise? Because if that is the case, as the Honorable Chair is explaining, so for me, they don't have a case. Thanks, Chair. That's my take, Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Chair. I think I just need to emphasize that this is actually a historical issue. Now, it's not a question of whether I mean, we can't actually justify it by saying the then board was not aware. You can't justify that because it was applicable then. Neither can we justify that the employees were not aware of it, whether they are aware or not, but it was applicable. It's not an area that we're going to be discussing anyway. But my gut feel is that, no, in fact, it's not material to me whether they were nailed. It was in place. I can't actually, then the current board cannot now say, well, the National Treasury, you didn't communicate. That's not an issue. So the then board should have been aware of this note 3, and they should have actually made sure that it is implemented and they should have complied with. Thanks.
No, we'll come back to this. I'll tell you why. It is material. It's material because it speaks to the basic prescripts of corporate governance. It speaks to internal communication. It speaks to fiduciary responsibility. insofar as the handling of policy is concerned. It's your policy, it's policy management. So if it was a reality of the previous board, then we need to look into it, because my issue is, if Parliament now, colleagues, like now, changed the standard operating procedure of committees and sent it to me, and then I don't communicate it to yourselves, and then you continue on the previous SOP, and then there's an outrage, it can't be immaterial. It's a material that I didn't tell you. If you have acted correctly on what is before you and the amendment is not given to you, the one who's responsible, in this case, the board, must take responsibility. I don't see how the employees take the fall here. It's this thing of, yeah, so we'll come back to this. I'm not clarified if maybe you can put together a more cogent response and a timeline on it in terms of all the issues, and then we look at, so we tie it down nicely. But it mustn't fall through the cracks. No, yeah, anyway, last response, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, maybe I need to start with the issue that was raised that relates to delays in contracts, and then the issue of how that affects procurement. The cases in terms of what we've submitted to the committee from a point of view of deviations and well, other sorts of variations, you would find that in all cases, we would have gone into the open market to get competitive bidding in terms of what we do. But sometimes you don't get market response. What needs to be understood is this process of procurement, it makes sense in terms of, say, Section 217 of the Constitution requires that we go through a competitive bidding. But then sometimes you don't get responses in terms of, or you get non-responsive bids in terms of what you need to do. Now you have to make a decision. So there's nowhere where we had gone out and then not found what we're looking for, and then just decided that we are appointing somebody. We would have gone through a competitive process, bidding process first. But if the market is not responding in terms of what we're looking for, then we get into this situation that I was explaining. So for all intents and purposes, I need to put it on record that we would have gone into the market. Usually we'd go more than once, and only then consider to say, do we go because we only have 2 responses that respond to what we're looking for, or how do we do it? But we have all the proof and supporting documentation that we would have gone into the market first in terms of that. So it's not that situation where we just opening the door for things not to happen the way they're supposed to. But in most cases, as SOEs, we are limited by market responses in certain instances. And in some cases, they don't respond in line with whatever we've put out. And if we appoint them, again, it's going to be an audit finding to say you've appointed somebody that does not meet your criteria in the first place. So it's a gray area in terms of performance and being able to hit the targets when you need to, but you are forced to get into that situation. The second issue, Chair, relates to this particular issue that is being discussed. I need to also put it on record, and maybe the committee is correct, Chair, when it comes to where does this ultimately end up. We could not get to a point where we're saying, look, between ourselves and Treasury, who was responsible for ensuring that the Note 3, when it was published, it gets to be applied accordingly. So what one has done was now to put that process in place, because I could not actually speak to things that have happened before my arrival there, but we looked at that risk and said, look, we need to have a process. And in fact, it's our duty to check with National Treasury all the time to see what's new that has been published to actually deal with that matter. So at this particular point in time, and because there was no financial loss, there is absolutely no situation where people are getting off scot-free in terms of that. Instead, we then went through the consequence management process to get to the condonation, because we could not just leave it the way it is because you having a problem with the internal policies and what came out of National Treasury. So the only thing I can give, Chair, is to say the comfort to the committee is we have then looked at the process, and I have assigned people to actually look at that. And in fact, periodically go and check with National Treasury in terms of the new developments. That's why we are aware that there's even a revision of Note 3. I think it was more to try to explain how did we get to where we are at this stage. And I then decided it's the responsibility of the organization to make sure that they know when there are changes to legislation, and it's unacceptable for people to say they were not aware. So we took appropriate action, but we also put controls in place to make sure that this does not happen where we'll say we did not pick up on something as important as this. So Chair, that's how we are addressing it going forward in terms of this thing. Thank you.
We hear you. Something is hitting the water here, because ultimately someone must be held responsible. All right, Mazamban, are you first off the bat? No more honorable wants to finish off your set of questions and then we will be going. Right, Honorable Liz, shoot. Okay, no, it's fine. All right. In the line, all right, I thought you were all right. Honorable Mentor, over to you. And then
Thank you.
we'll go in that sequence once she's received responses, Honorable Liz.
Thank you very much, Chair. Because there is a lot of information we received, I'm going to try and indicate as much as I can to where I am going in terms of the documents. Chair, on the main account and the establishment of a panel establishing, or rather resolving, to have a forensic investigation on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Needless to say or explain what fruitless and wasteful expenditure means. I think the department did not apply its mind, or rather focus on the matters. But the good thing is that we have someone who's been at the department and acting at some point on these matters. On your fruitless and wasteful expenditure of the national office, let's start with that one. You are going to establish, or rather appoint, forensic investigators for accommodation. I want to check if I heard that correctly. Accommodation of people you know who did not pitch up in that paid accommodation. Having been notified of a meeting, workshop, or whatsoever was, the accommodation was paid for. Now the state must spend more money to investigate Honorable Mendeo did not pitch up at Sentin Sun for a workshop on ESCOM. I didn't pitch up. It's Honorable Mende. It must be taken from my salary. Finish. It's done. Why must we pay a forensic investigator to investigate that which the HR and finance has got on record? No, come on, guys. This one is not in order. All of it, transport, penalties on vehicle licensing. It's either your policy says if you are a driver allocated that particular vehicle, you are liable for renewal of the license, or your supply chain office has someone who's responsible for licensing of the fleet. That's how it works in corporate. And I think that's how Deputy Minister, where it works in the department, because we have so many people employed at the supply chain management office. It can't be that there is not a single person who's responsible for licensing of vehicles. And now we must appoint a forensic investigator to investigate that person which failed to make sure that the fleet is up to date with maintenance, with licensing and all of that. We can't
agree as SCOPA to go and appoint a forensic investigating firm to investigate people you know. There's nothing to investigate here. It's straightforward. You know what happened. That money must be taken from them for failing to do their duties. It's simple. It doesn't even require a DC. A DC will come as a matter of failure to adhere to your duties and the job description. But this one of the money can't go to forensic. That's number one, Chair. And then number two, it's on the same, the ones that are identified by internal audit. This one is even worse. There is a Mr. Basson who's appearing almost every page. And the risk of these things are going to go for condonation without being clearly dealt with. And there's only one way to deal with these things. It's either you process the person disciplinary within the organization and establish if the person is still fit and proper to run such an office. You can't be erring for so many years, for so many months, and the only thing that happens, the department places your name on paper and process you. After processing you, the forensics must still come and process you. There is even a Mr. Chabalala on the first page. And the description is saying major contributors towards the losses which couldn't be capitalized to the asset, but not limited to areas as follows: compensation of employees, accommodation for officials. How do you compensate people who haven't gone there? Maybe, Deputy Minister, I'm getting these policies of government wrongly. You first get compensated before you go. Or you go and then come back and account and be compensated. How did the money compensate people for something they haven't done? And then that person must be forensically investigated. And forensic investigators don't come cheap. That's my biggest problem, that we are going to pay forensic investigators who don't come cheap for something we know. It was known previously in the previous parliament. It was carried over. So the nice thing is that we have a new DG. Maybe a new broom will sweep much cleaner. So there is a lot of them, but it's an indication that there was not a lot of thinking applied to providing this report. And be careful of malicious compliance. Let's just find the list and find a reason good enough for us to give scope. But these two don't make sense. We can't have forensic investigators for the two. And needless to say, these two that refer to Kamata, there's no such a project that was taking place at this particular time. I was doing research in that same area that there's nothing like that. If you want to go, go. I was doing research at this time. In these two particular areas, they're under CRISA. There's no such a project taking place in Noka and Ramat. So what were they going to go there to do? On condonnations, there's a 46 billion, or is it a 46 million? That's been written off. And now it's sitting at 16 million. I'm trying to find which one was that. But even here we go. The condemnations that you want to do and which are not approved. There is a condonation on Guyani Water Project, where we were told a borehole costs almost 1.2 million, Rolls Royce of a borehole. There's still no resolution there. We are looking for condonation, but we haven't seen anyone being dealt with in terms of the law, in terms of the department. We haven't seen or heard how much money is being paid back from those projects. Yet we must then as a state forget that there was such a loss. It must be condoned, taken off the books. And I think if AG agrees with me, that's not correct. There should be a clear way forward on how do we get back that money, on how do we deal with the people involved. But we cannot then ask the state to forget that we lost billions, which at some point was even inflated to more than 10 times. But the state must forget that there was such, it must not be reflected anywhere when there has never been proper consequences and clear way forward on how we deal with such. And then the last one is the COVID. I can't remember now which document. Also the COVID one, we can't close it because in KZN, when we went to KZN and the Eastern Cape, there was a lot on the interventions of COVID where water tankers did not reach people. I'll find the areas change, Jukos, and send. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mentor. Can we get responses to those questions and then Honorable Lise will come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to respond to a few and then with your permission, ask the CFO and perhaps the Director Internal Audit.
It's fine, you will delegate as you deem fit. There's a very big delegation here. They must all account and say something. So that's fine, delegate as you deem fit.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, on the issue of these tables where we've indicated that we're going to deal with the backlogs of both irregular and fruitless and wasteful investigations through assisting internal audit with externals. If you read at the top of each of the tables, it says that these are the backlogs, and it says at the top there that the purpose of the investigations is to investigate the cases identified, and that the investigations will be done either by the external investigators or by the internal audit unit at the top of the sheets. So the straightforward cases will be done by our internal audit unit. And in fact, some of the straightforward cases are already in process. But remember, these are the tables of the backlog. So until the investigations are finished and completed, they still remain part of the backlog. So some of the straightforward cases are already being dealt with by the department or in the process of being dealt with. But I can assure Honourable Member, we won't waste money appointing forensic auditors where it's not necessary and where it doesn't make sense to appoint external forensic auditors. The straightforward cases will be dealt with internally. On the condemnations, on the Guyani water project, it does indicate in the table that that the employee was charged and found not guilty through the disciplinary process. And of course, we have to follow disciplinary processes as prescribed in terms of agreements in the public service bargaining chamber with regard to how public service disciplinary processes have to be managed. So we went through all those processes. We don't agree with the finding of the presiding officer, and it does indicate in the report that we have taken the presiding officer's decision on review with the Labour Court. So we're continuing to follow proper process, and we will see this matter through to conclusion. So we haven't just left it. We will see it through to conclusion. Frans, would you like to add?
Yeah, thank you, DG. I think you've covered the fruitless and wasteful, that only those cases that are more complex, especially where we have implementing agents and those transactions are transversal between the department as well as the implementing agents. Those are the ones that will be dealt with. And then on the WTE, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the compensation of employees that is being referred to, that relates to labor costs that we have incurred on projects, but there's an element of either the costs were excessive or they did not contribute to the betterment of the asset that was supposed to be constructed. So how it happens, you could have a project established, and due to other reasons, for example, if material was not procured timeously, you have labor that is on site. Those are the costs. But as I indicated earlier on, there could also be instances of inefficiencies that we have appointed laborers that are more than what the client on that project is signing off. So those costs are then not capitalized, and they are allocated or put aside as either losses or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then on the other projects, I still need to confirm the timeline, but I can confirm that indeed that project for the period that we have listed there, which is April of 2021, the ones for Eastern Cape, the Kamata one, it is certainly a project. I will just maybe as we proceed, our DDG is also in the meeting to talk more to that project, but certainly it is there and it was implemented by our Construction South office. And then on the 46 million, the losses, the write-off, that relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure resulted from the Guyana project. So the implementing agent, Lepelle, was appointed to implement the project, and there are standard rates that are applied to all these projects. So it happened for a certain period that the rate, the percentage that was claimed was more than the percentage that is in the policy of the department. And the reason being that Lepelle indicated that there was an arrangement at the stage. Also, they shared some correspondence, but they were not signed, wherein it was in a way indicated that they are to be allowed to recoup those extra percentages because they were going to appoint another company. But through assessment and also through audit findings, it was then determined that that extra percentage that was paid should be recorded as fruitless for that time, because Lepelle was paid its management fee. So it was not entitled to any extra fee since they were paid as indicated. So those amounts were investigated just to determine exactly what happened, whether there were any incidents of fraudulent outcomes from the department side as well as Lepelle, and it was recommended that that portion of the management fee be written off. So hence, the member is correct that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure went from the 60-something million to the 16 that has been mentioned. So that is the write-off that was effected. I think there was also another write-off of Amatola in that same financial statements. And then on the Guyana one, DG spoke to the Guyana action that was taken. As indicated earlier on, Chairperson, at the early stages of condonations, we supplied National Treasury with the actions that we have taken. And as correctly indicated by the member, we also had to await this other process of ISIU as well as the High Court matter. So it is correct that hence the amount is still showing in our register. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairman. Is that it? The responses? All right. We'll do follow-ups just now. Let's just get the first round of questions and just note it. Right, Honorable Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The TCTA has its own board and so on. What is its relationship with the department? Mr. Chairman, I need to get answers so I can.
You can do the one-on-one hearing
Thank you.
style. It's okay.
Thank you. So what is its relationship? How does it work?
Honorable List prefers one-on-one questions, not a set, so just respond to him. I won't come in between.
Just briefly, not necessarily long. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Member Liz. The relationship is we are an entity of the department of the minister. But because the state is not allowed to go into the market to borrow money, I think they would look at coming to the parliament for parliamentary votes. Where initially, in terms of setting up of TCTA, it was looking at the Lesotho Highlands Water Project primarily. But then the department decided, based on the success thereof, that there are other projects that TCTA could be used for. So TCTA gets its mandate from the minister in terms of directive to say the department would do the planning, then post that they would now say, this is where we need water, but how are we going to source the water? Sometimes if for big projects, then they will say TCTA go into the market to actually borrow the money, project manage the building of this particular infrastructure and then hand it over to the department. But in the meantime, even if that happens, TCTA then remains with dealing with the debt aspect of that, because it's TCTA that goes into the market to actually borrow the money as far as that is concerned.
Thank you, Sia. That's the way I understood it. So your customer then is the department.
Our customer is primarily
So
the department.
sorry, yeah, thank you. I'm quite happy for you to talk as I talk. Please don't feel inhibited to.
Honorable List is the more chilled one amongst us.
Up to a point. So the fact that you can service your debt so well is because the department pays you so well. Is that correct? Just answer, DG. Don't worry about the chair. He's not here.
So if we look at Lesotho Highlands, for example, it's a project for which the TCTA raises money. Water supplied from the Lesotho Highlands project to Gauteng, to the Vaal River system. Rand Water abstracts the water from the Vaal River system. Rand Water has to pay the department for that water. It goes into our trading entity account, and we then pay TCTA money from the trading entity account for them to be able to pay off the loans. So the model is one of sustainable financing, where the costs of the financing must be covered by revenue generated from the sale of water.
Thanks, DG. So the point I'm making is that the fact that the TCTA can service its debt is a consequence of the department raising the money from Rand Water, wherever the money comes from, going channeled through the department to the TCTA. So my question then, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know that it can be answered by people in front of us, but if National Treasury are online, is this debt may or may not be guaranteed with government guarantees. As I understand it, you're trying to raise debt on your own balance sheet.
So, sorry, Chairperson, through you. No, all the TCTA's debt is guaranteed, and that's a key difference between the TCTA and the NWRIA that we want to establish, because the TCTA doesn't have a balance sheet like the NWRIA will have. The TCTA doesn't own the assets. Currently, DWS owns all the assets. Our intention with the NWRIA is to transfer the ownership of the assets to the NWRIA so that they have a very substantial balance sheet. And we hope that if they can prove themselves to the market over time, that they will be able to raise finance without treasury guarantees for investment in national water resource infrastructure, which will mean that they should be able to raise more finance than is currently the case, because the TCTA is limited, because Treasury has to be careful with regard to the amount of guarantees that it extends. So the TCTA is limited in the extent to which it can borrow, because it only borrows on the basis of Treasury guarantees.
Thank you for that clarity. So, Mr. Chairman, my question then for National Treasury is, does the debt that currently resides in TCTA reflect on the sovereign balance sheet? I suspect it doesn't. As a contingent liability, I need to look at the book and the list of, but perhaps it does. But whether or not it does, once we set up the new entity, and that entity builds up the balance sheet to the point that you're hoping it will, and it'll be able to borrow on its own resources. I get back to where I started. That entity is funded via the department, whether it's sales of water or somewhere. Am I correct? Will that change? Will that operational modus operandi change?
That will change because when we create the NWRIA, we're going to merge the TCTA and the water trading entity in the department. So it will no longer have the revenue collection in the department. The revenue collection will move to the new entity. So the WTE that's currently in the department will move to the NWRIA and be part of the NWRIA.
Okay, so what concerns me, Mr. Chairman, is that it sounds good and we need to support it. But in the event that this new entity becomes another Eskom, which simply can't meet its debt obligations, that debt will land up back on the taxpayers' shoulders. And so that to me is the real concern here, that we set up these entities, they look good on paper, but they are so badly managed at the end of the day. The money is not collected. Eskom's collections are shocking. And the taxpayer then finally has to bail the entity out because water is an essential service. It's not like SAA where there are plenty of other airlines and you can just shut it down. And so, Mr. Chairman, that is a concern, although in concept, I would support it. But I think that we need to be very well informed as exactly how this entity is going to do it and how it's going to collect. So, because now I move on from there, Mr. Chairman, if I may, to the point the DG made. Sean, you indicated the minister is kind of looking at the actual consumer end. And this leads back to my little discussion I've just had, because the fact that the payments to the TCTA as it is now happen is because some of those consumers pay them for their water. But the large majority of consumers in South Africa today don't pay. They use relatively small amounts and there's a particular state allocation to cover those costs. But the majority don't pay. But in terms of the municipality, the majority of municipalities are not collecting from those who can pay and should be paying. And so this debt burden sits with the municipalities and ultimately would move all its way up to this new entity if it's allowed to. So the question then is, we've already got interventions in municipalities. They put under administration. It makes zip difference to collections at the end of the day. And the municipality goes back into administration. And I'll take the one that I'm going to ask you about just now, Utugela District Municipality. I think it's in its third or fourth iteration of administration. It's bankrupt. Doesn't stop the mayor running around with 3 SUVs and a horde of bodyguards, of course, but it's bankrupt. So this intervention by the minister to help or assist, what exactly does it entail that putting these municipalities under administration? And I'm thinking specifically of the district municipalities in most of the country which have the water services obligations. Strangely, in the Free State, it's not a district, it's your local municipalities. So you've got a much bigger spread of municipalities. What exactly is the hope of the minister to be able to achieve that? How are you going to do it? Sorry, I'm not being very good with my words. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are taking varying
Chair,
approaches.
Chair, could I answer that question?
Right, stand by, DG. Minister.
Now, thank you very much.
Honorable Mohlala, I see your hand. We are just moving in a sequence. Don't worry, we will come to colleagues who are on the virtual platform. So I've noted you. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair and the members of the committee. Just to make an intervention here. After we got appointed on the 5th of August last year, we went to all provinces in the country, all 9 of them. And we spent 3 days in each province with an additional day in the Western Cape, because we had to take a trip to the West Coast. Now, in all those working sessions, as we call them, we interacted intensively with water services authorities in the country, all of them, except maybe George, who were prevented from attending by storm and bad weather. But the rest in the country we met them. This culminated in a 2-day summit in February this year, 18 and 19. The conclusion that we reached after those intensive interactions was that indeed, as municipalities were complaining, they don't have the necessary capacity to deliver as expected and at the level at which they are expected on water and sanitation. This, if we want our country to work, if we want water to be not an impediment in terms of economic development in the country, this, if we want indeed people to enjoy their rights in terms of the Constitution, and also to attest to our mantra that water is life. So they say, Minister, Department, we don't have capacity. What does capacity mean in this instance? It means as far as the function of water and sanitation is concerned, most of them have very limited numbers of employees there. And even if they have close to adequate, they don't have adequate training and skills to perform the duties that have to do with water and sanitation. That is, apart from O&M, there are a number of other things that require some level of education. Let me make an example. In Kabeja, you have a workforce of around 800 workers. But if I'm correct, and I think I'm correct, the head of water there has experience and all of that, but not necessarily a degree. Now, I'm then saying, and then you go to other municipalities, you find numbers are very, very limited, skills are very limited. But what else does it mean? It means that level of expertise in water-related matters is limited, but budgets are also limited. And the little that is available to municipalities, from time to time, over years, we have not been good in monitoring. We have been satisfied with just grant money leaving Pretoria and then going somewhere, and then there would be legal accounting on the part of municipalities after they receive this. So what is the result of all this? It is there to have spent over years huge amounts of money, and expectations of the people on the ground remains very high, but delivery is very slow. And then we have to be honest and say something needs to be done. So it's a question of capacity. Two, these municipalities say, look, our infrastructure is aging, actually meaning it is decayed. It is rotten. It leaks. The list of the cities leaks would be around 26%. Most of them are at 40%. There are some that are as high as more than 52% of non-revenue water. And that includes leaking pipes and all of that in the main. Now, so that's the second major problem. And if you look at the record of the municipality and their capacity to do a turnaround, you don't find any. Now, this is what is in the background. You are minister in South Africa. You have a constitution that says that water is a right. You have section 54 that gives you overall a responsibility, and 63 gives you authority to make interventions where necessary, together with 139. Now, we then on those bases say, we will, where necessary, intervene depending on the level of problems. In some and practical results of engagement on the ground. In some cases, we've had to intervene section 63, 139 directly. In some cases, we intervene, but not with 63. We just make an intervention and make an agreement with a memorandum of understanding or an agreement with a relevant municipality that, okay, we need to intervene here. We are doing so. We are going to work with you because we want to follow our money and want to make sure that we see to it. And we work with you and make sure that you follow all procedures from procurement to every other thing, designs and the actual implementation of the program of the project. Most municipalities have agreed to this and we're working with them. We can make examples all over, Loscorp, DeWop, and so on. But the other intervention that we're doing is to work with the private sector ourselves. This is another form of intervention. In most cases, when we intervene, we use our water boards. We just say, water board, we're giving you a directive, go there, implement 1, 2, 3, working with the municipality. We convene meetings. In some cases, we establish steering committees. In some cases where it is not necessary, we say, okay, at officials level, DDG Water and Sanitation will lead depending on the nature of the problem. So this is, but we do this with one objective, singular objective, get water to the citizens of the country. And then you can talk your politics after, you can talk your issues, who is responsible for what, but why we do this, we do it with a sole purpose and focused on delivering water. Right now, we want to enter into a conversation with eThekwini. They have received some funding from Treasury for water and sanitation. And I saw the mayor making a statement that it is not enough. And I called him and said, look, we need to sit and talk. My distant assessment, knowing or today later, we will be getting a presentation from our department in terms of the extent of damage to the water and sanitation in eThekwini. But my take, coming from KZN and interacting from time to time with people in Devon and seeing things for myself, it will indeed far exceed what Treasury has made available now. But what we want to do is to engage that municipality and make our own presentation. They make their own presentation. We then come together to say, this is the extent of damage. These are the related costs. And then we talk together in terms of what needs to be done, because if it doesn't get done now, by the time we wake up, already there's a lot of effluence that is unduly getting into the water system in eThekwini, Umgeni water, Umgeni river, and other systems that supply water into eThekwini. We can't just sit by and so on. So this is, we look at the practical situation, pragmatic situation. We use various methods of intervention, and then we implement those. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Liz, wrap it up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to the Minister for his explanation, and we look forward to the practical implementation and successful practical implementation of the obvious concern and knowledge the Minister and his team have for the shortcomings that exist in municipalities. So that's something to watch as we go forward. Thank you very much for that. Just in terms of, and the Minister mentioned it, and it was going to be my next kind of direction. I illustrated the TCTA's relationship with the department. The Minister then refers to the water boards. Their relationship is much the same as the TCTA, although not quite, because I think their customers pay them directly. They don't. But every single one of the water boards fails to produce its annual report on time. For the past at least 5 years, I haven't gone back further, and even the current year, I don't think a single one of the water boards has submitted the annual report on time. So I don't have a great deal of confidence on the water boards. I mean, we talked earlier about Mhlatuza and the malfeasance that's taken place there. So if we're going to rely on the water boards, I would be very concerned. But let me just ask the question then, why is it that the water boards are not producing annual reports on time? Does the department have any influence there?
But if I could respond while DG will close the gaps. The aspect of governance, the aspect of our governance and financial accountability on the side of water boards has been quite low. And when we came in, we observed that, we recognized that. We met all of them, of course, in our work sessions in provinces. And we spent time with them. And we're checking three things. One, governance. Two, financial accountability. Three, their record of delivery and capacity thereof. Now, historically, current and future, they are planning capacity and all of that. Now, indeed, our conclusion was that it is very low, too low. And then there are others whose capacity is actually fine. It only needs to be accelerated and maintained at the highest level. And there's one such, it is Rand Water. Not because Rand Water is spotless. They do in the three aspects. And we're working with them to make sure that they make an effort to get to the highest level that we want them to be, but their record. Now, I do want to point out that it's not like they are not able to prepare this, but they've sort of been sluggish due to low governance standards that they have become accustomed to. Now, it also, as an example, I can give you an example that they are used to preparing reports to the minister every year asking for increase of tariffs. And one of the things we have said to them is that this year we're signing those for the last time. The next time they do this, they will have to make elaborate presentations as to why they are making increases in tariffs, more than simple to say it has to be an annual affair. That is what we want to do. But I would want to persuade you as members of this committee, particularly the last speaker, even if you don't have confidence in water boards, have confidence in us. We take over a responsibility on them. We have applied our mind and we see that they need intervention in these 3 areas, and they need a turnaround. And we have them under our microscope, each one of them. Because, I mean, we acknowledge that we need to do that, because institutions like Lepelle, who are under investigations, like, and so many dockers like in a police station. And then you go to others, they would have a record, a long record of having no CEO or no CFO, in some cases both. So you are dealing with institutions which are otherwise very important, have a huge potential to improve water services. And I mean in particular, water services in a situation where there is a decline, marked decline of our municipalities at local government level across the board. Look, yesterday I met all the metros in Gauteng. Obviously, they need to improve, particularly, and no one opposed it, that in water management, they have to improve, particularly on ensuring that water is used cautiously and all of that. So they need to be assisted. We have even created or established a water room for Gauteng, just to identify a set of issues that the water room will monitor on an ongoing basis with a view to increasing efficiency to the level that it is required. So water boards, in our view, have a huge potential, but we have to make them viable in all. We disestablished Citibank, for instance, because we realized that very soon, if we don't do that, all of us will find ourselves managing Citibank, and we disestablished them, and we reconfigured. We're reconfiguring them. For instance, in KZN, we will be amalgamating. We're in the process to finish in December. Umgeni water and Umhlatuze water, so that we maximize and all the economies of scale, and make sure that in turn the boards, this one mesh board, is viable and is able to, we are able as government and taxpayers get the results that we want. So I would say have confidence in us, have confidence in the measures that we are taking, even if it's not maybe now, but have confidence in the processes that we are that are underway, because we have applied our mind and can prove it, and then you can keep the changes or the envisaged changes under your own microscope, and give us some 6 months down the line, 6 to 9 months, and we know we're going to be doing a huge turnaround in this regard and intervene on water and sanitation, improved services on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister DG.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Just before the DG comes in, Mr. Chairman, the minister I know didn't use trust us, but he usihlobo sam wa KZN, so mhlawumbe nginethemba kancane.
It was a missed opportunity there by the minister. That's on a lighter note.
No,
DG is looking flummoxed. You'll have to learn Zulu. So.
Macingwana angazi nibangani
Ngezwile baba.
ukuyingena indaba yenu.
Ngezwile baba lungile mali lincane nje ithemba lokhula ngelinye ilanga. Siyabonga.
Okay, DG and then Honorable Van Minen will come in.
Ngiyasifunda Honorable Lease. Ngicela ukuthi ungisiza ukusifunda. Just a couple of additions, Chairperson. Firstly, on the annual reports, for the 2021 annual reports, as indicated by the minister, we've put a lot of focus, the minister put a lot of focus on improving the governance of the water board since he came in. And things are improving. So if you look at the 2020, 2021 annual reports, 3 of the water board submitted late, and they were all for similar reasons why the department's annual report was submitted late, because there were issues still being finalized with the Auditor General. Honorable Lees asked a question about how our support and intervention in municipalities is assisting with addressing the billing and revenue collection issues. And I'd like to ask our DDG for Water Services, Rizimati Mati, to talk a little bit about the support that we're working on with Ugu municipality in KZN, and the work that we're doing there with them to try and help them to improve their billing and revenue collection. Rizimati?
I'll be very interested in that. Renkonyen is my constituency.
Okay, thank you, DG. Through you, Chair. With the interventions that we are actually doing with Ugu, one of the issues that we've picked our interventions, specifically with all the municipalities in the country, is that some of the basic information don't exist with these municipalities. One of all, it's like your water balance. They don't know how much water is coming into their system. And if you cannot start by knowing how much water gets into your system, you wouldn't know how much you're billing your clients. So our intervention as a department, we started by realizing that to correct the problems, we have to institute strategically that municipalities where we're intervening, we need to help them develop a water balance. So that's one thing that we're doing with UG. Now, in developing a water balance, you should at least be able to be more accountable on the amount of water losses, be it real losses or physical losses or non-revenue water as it's best. Well, so we are intervening in that level to help them first develop the water balance, how much water comes to the water system and the infrastructure. And then we move to the next step to say, how much are you actually billing your clients? How much water are you actually billing your clients? And we reconcile that with the amount of money that they receive. Now, what we have picked up, specifically with Ugu, is that their infrastructure is quite old. They still have some of their old asbestos cement pipes which need replacement. Now, before you can start by even correcting the metering, you need to start with the infrastructure pipe replacement. So our intervention starts from the bulk infrastructure, and then we move over to them attending to leakages in terms of meter replacement, fixing leaks in the meters, and all these integrated together, they basically improve the revenue because you won't spend much money doing a lot of O&M, and also as you do your infrastructure replacement, that money will translate to stay at least in your account to go to other functions. So as a department, our intervention with Ugu encompasses these 4 aspects: improving the water balance, how you measure your water in, improving pipe replacement, and also dealing with leakages in their metering. So this is how we actually intervene. All these, Chair, they actually improve their billing capacity because they will keep more money in their bank account. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, Honorable Van Minen, Mam Tolashe, stand by.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was going to explore the issue that I must say the Honourable Lees has really interrogated. So what I do want to ask is, Also in this vein, the regulatory interventions regarding pollution. If we can just expand on that, and is that also in terms of whom? Is it in terms of municipalities, industry, mining? What is happening in that space? And what at the moment, are there any big polluters that in fact are being looked at? Water pollution is a massive issue that we have. So I really just would like to get some more information on that at this point.
Thank you very much. I'd like to answer it a little bit and then ask Polani Zwani, who's our new DDG for regulation, to add. And also perhaps Leonardo might want to add a bit as he was acting in regulation before Polani started. Polani only started a few months ago. We do have an internal regulation unit in the department. It is very active. We do monitor pollution through our regional offices, and we do issue directives to both private industry and municipalities where there's pollution. And we issue repeat directives, and in some cases we take municipalities or companies to court in order to get the directives adhered to. So that's the current situation, and we do have plans to strengthen it. And I'd like to ask Polani and Leonardo to talk to our plans for strengthening regulation moving forward. Polani.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chairperson. As the DG has indicated, we do have plans where we are engaging the municipalities, not only the municipalities. You will know that we also have lots of problems with the mines who are creating a lot of pollutions in our water resources. We do try using our Water Act, where we try to give them directives or even warning them. We send an intention to say we want to issue a directive unless you create you have means to redress the issues. If they send plans that we see that are not meeting our requirements, we then issue a directive, as the DG has said, and then we also try and provide assistance. We work with them in developing those plans and also making sure that we allocate teams either at regional levels who are assisting the municipalities. Thank you, DG.
Leonardo.
Honorable Chair, I think that just the 3 points that I can add is that our environmental management inspectors, the EMIs as we're calling them, that we have formalized some training together with the Department of Environmental Affairs so that we internally can strengthen ourselves as far as the so-called Blue Scorpions team is also concerned, with the necessary skills to do the compliance monitoring and also the enforcement activities. With the successful training of these officials within the department, it will also give them within law additional capacity and also power with regards to enforcement that will assist, especially in the space of the private sector as well. In terms of the public sector, in terms of our municipalities, we do take it from a perspective that that our incentive-based regulation program, called the Green Drop Certification Program that we've revived, has also seen some new level of accountability that has been placed on municipalities to make sure that they not only comply with the effluent that leaves the wastewater treatment works, but that we look at the complete system of management, especially the various categories of wastewater management, that they are sensitized through this program, not only to say in terms of we asking them how they are doing, but we're also guiding them through this process in terms of what the necessary areas should be, where they need to actually give the necessary attention. Of course, the first report that we've issued this year in March since 2014 has not been a good report, but it's been definitely a good step in the right direction in terms of holding also our authorities accountable. And the last step would be that we are internally at this point in time exploring various means of trying to see how we can also increase and tighten up as far as our legislation is concerned to ensure that we are in innovative means also trying to bring that accountability even beyond the point of only looking at incentive-based regulation, but to ensure that we have the right capacity in the right places to have the necessary outcome that we all want. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonardo. Just to add, an additional thing that we want to do is strengthen the link between regulation on the one hand and support and intervention on the other hand, municipalities. Currently, it's not yet systematic and consistent enough. So we want to develop a set of decision rules where when our regulatory branch identifies non-compliance, then certain actions are taken, directives are issued, but if it's repeated, then it is escalated to another level until it eventually it might become a Section 193 intervention through repeated non-compliance with directives. But we need to get to a stage where there's a very close link between that support and intervention and the monitoring through blue drop, green drop, and other regulatory mechanisms, so that support and intervention becomes automatic on the basis of the results of regulatory monitoring.
Thank you very much. So there's obviously something to keep an eye on. The other issue that I want to touch, looking at the condemnations, I know it is a very common problem with government departments that officials leave before any disciplinary action can be taken, and they essentially either move to a different department or they get away with it scot-free. I want to touch on the issue of Sifiso Mkhize. I know there was a Hawks report on that. I also know it was reported to the public protector. And if I look at the condemnations, I mean, this comes up again and again and again. And this is someone who there was recommendations about criminal proceedings, but who's left the department, disciplinaries can't be taken. Is there any update on what is happening with that particular matter? Because it really is indicative of the kind of problem that one sees across all departments. Thanks.
I think it's worth pointing out that you're referring to the former DG, right? Yeah, I think that's material.
Yes, he was a director general.
At that level.
I'd like to ask Michael, our head of internal audit, to respond, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. The case is still being investigated by the Hawks. They are currently doing the financial analysis on the financial rules, and they will get back to us. The last update that I received was last week, Friday. So they are still active on the case, and we do provide them with necessary support as and when required, including documentation and access to personnel when they need to. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can we please ask that we get updates on that, because it is particularly indicative of a problem that we're seeing across departments. And this is a serious matter. I mean, as I say, it's also gone to the PP back in 2001. So it certainly is something where there should be a paper trail.
I'm just checking the date of when the law enforcement agencies will be appearing, and then we'll advise them that on that day they can give an update. I just wanted to check the date. So on that day, we'll add the item of the update on this one. But yeah, because you see on the condemnations, in any case, there's quite a lot of them that need Iluntu. All right, DG.
Chairperson, there's a different matter related to the same individual, which is now being, which is a good example of how it works when an official resigned from the department is now joined another government department. That other government department is now implementing the disciplinary action resulting from our case in DWS. So Michael, perhaps you can give an update on that one.
Yes, thank you. The case continued sometime in October for a period of 3 days and will be appearing again in October. As a department, we are sending our representative to lead evidence in that regard as part of the support, but that other department is actually responsible for carrying out the disciplinary action. So we do support and we make sure we monitor until the case is concluded. Thank you.
Which department is this?
It's the Department of Finance in Gauteng.
Okay.
I just want to say that it's welcome to hear that there is at least now some cross-departmental communications, but I think we'll just keep an eye on that. Thank you.
I think it's important because we still In fact, it reminds me of the follow-up we still need to do with correctional services and the issues around the CFO who left the municipal demarcation board with the matter and then emerged at correctional services. So I think can we flag that matter and done so that we can do a follow-up on it.
Just to add, on the very same matter that the honorable member is asking, there's also a civil recovery case against the company in question to try and recover the money that has been spent. Thank you.
All music to our ears, but the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So we'll wait for outcome, but I think the right step in the right direction is also just as important. Dolash.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I really want to finish up on the COO's response on the question, my initial question. I want to put to him to say what all he said for me sounds like just malicious consequence management. That's the conclusion I'm having on his explanation. Because indirectly, he agreed that there's a possibility of them losing the case because workers or employees are not responsible with all the explanation that they gave. So they did it just for the sake of doing it, so that they passed the ball from them and really claim as they're doing that they did implement their part, which is quite unfortunate. I really want the board to note this. I heard that at some point they were not there, they came. That's always the case. At some point, we're not sitting in these chairs, but we are here now and taking the entire responsibility. All the work that has been done by Scopa since. So we'd expect both the board and the CO to carry that responsibility. Chair, on the explanation that was given to Honorable Mente, on the Kamata project in particular, I'm from that area. Myself and Honorable Mente, we are from Krisani District Municipality. I really would want to ask, maybe it might not be so relevant in this point, but I think it is, how does the department monitor department directly? Is projects that are all over the country? I heard you spoke very convincingly what you are doing in the all other municipalities, especially in KZN. I hope it's not being influenced by the fact that the minister, the chair of the committee, are also I'm worried, Chair. However, Chair, my worry here is whether maybe this question might be relevant to the portfolio committee concerned, but I really am interested to get from the DG. How does that, they are aware that there is a project and they are monitoring that project and they can speak with their eyes closed on the progress and frustrations that that project is going through. As I've said, Chair, I am residing in Krisani. And Krisani is a municipality, therefore being responsible to provide water and understanding all the difficulties that municipality is going through with their ages report that is quite appalling. I think for the third consecutive years. And the section that talks to water is like the one that suffers most. And just lastly, I don't know how do they collect, because I stay in that area, in an old township where there's simply no collection. I just want to put it to the department and later got to hear the total picture of what is going on, because I can vouch, like Honorable Mente is saying, I still want to see the Kamata project. The Kamata project, I really would want to see and touch it. Secondly, Chair, I'm not going to waste time. I heard the minister going extensively, very clear on how they work with water boards, which majority of time, the entire report talks to that. on how the water boards are not playing along, or the department is busy fixing in making sure that they are in line with what is expected of them. And my worry in the entire report, maybe I couldn't see the other way, but from where I'm seeing and seated, am I correct to say some of the problem will resolve only in the next 10 years to come? I'm saying this, Chair, because it's like we've started this department from scratch. It never existed. Everything is it's being fixed, or it's being established, or there's still investigation that is taking place. Is there do we see any end in this, Chair? I'm also noting, Chair, the issues that we must note as the committee and what we must consider, especially under unauthorized expenditure in the report that was tabled by the department. We are to consider the explanation and evidence that is given to us on the unauthorized expenditure of the department. And we need to make a recommendation, DG, to Parliament, whether or not to approve the unauthorized expenditure, or whether the unauthorized expenditure should be treated as direct charge against the revenue fund or charges against the funds allocated for the following years that have been alluded to, nor the future years. I really want to request the DG and his team and take us to confidence. How possible is that with what we have just heard or read as a presentation from yourself? Just put yourself in our shoes and say, how convincingly can we go to Parliament? And now seated in different chairs, we go along for now here in the committees, but in the Parliament, DM will be seated in different chairs and talking past each other. Mazambani will not be as sweet as it seemed to be today. I'll not be as nice as I am today, because we would have to make sure that we defend what we committed to the voters of South Africa. So how is it going to be possible with what was seated with in front of us, with all the very detailed report, Chair, that has been given? That will be my question, having read the report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we get responses to that? Honorable Pukas, stand by. Honorable Muhlala, we have not forgotten about you on the virtual platform. We'll coming to you shortly.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of Amata, I'd like to ask our acting DDG for infrastructure to respond, and then for our water services DDG to add. Leonardo.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chair, in terms of the Kamata and Nocha projects, it would be rehabilitation projects that we are currently undertaking there in terms of existing irrigation infrastructure, in terms of canals and balancing dams. These would not be new projects, though, but just to sustain the agricultural economy that would be in that area of those canal systems and balancing dams that have been part of that area. So yeah, it is not in terms of the water services infrastructure, so it'd be more on the outside periphery, I believe, of the settlement areas. So the balancing dams that we have been doing, and we are still busy in that area through our internal construction unit, would be to ensure that those dams remain in an operable state, or extend its usable life, to sustain the hydraulic balance in terms of the canal systems in that area. So this rehabilitation of conveyance systems, as we call it, the ROCS program, it is being funded through the revenue that we receive from our water use charges, and that those projects, they are continuing. They have not been as perhaps as efficient as we would have wanted them to be. And that is the reason why the CFO has actually earlier in his response spoken in terms of the fruitless and wasteful that have been there because of some of those work that has been done in terms of the payments for some of our staff could not have been capitalized in terms of the usable output that have been there. So we are working on the efficiency of it, but I would just like to actually shed the light on it in terms of the existence of those projects. In terms of the question that was posed in terms of how we monitor those projects, obviously it is part of our strategic asset management unit. We have an internal unit that looks at existing infrastructure that has been that either have been owned by the department and developed by the department, but some of this infrastructure that has also been transferred to the department that has been from the old TBVC states, as also in terms of the so-called ones, and then also in terms of the provincial agricultural infrastructure that's been transferred to the department. We also undertake then through the strategic asset management program to actually rehabilitate and refurbish this infrastructure to extend its life, so that those two projects would then be fall under the scope in terms of those that program. So thank you, DG.
Martin.
Thank you, DG. Through you, Chair. I think this answer is basically on our overall project management monitoring, so that at least the Chair can be safe from this one, that we're not only focusing on the KZN or UGU as per se. We are actually, as a department, when we, as a DG mentioned, we have identified that there's basically a huge gap in terms of project monitoring. So the department has actually established a project dashboard. This dashboard is going to have live data. So if all our funded are big and WISIC projects are going to be populated in this dashboard, we should be able to monitor, for instance, how far the project is, how much money is being spent, whether it's ahead or behind schedule, so that we are able to intervene as a department, not now like when we are actually doing the ad hoc. So this is actually done throughout the country where we are developing or intervening all this project. So I think in the near future, we should be able to have this system in place and well populated. We are taking it a step further that in the next couple of weeks, this dashboard will actually be presented with the minister, so that even from the political state, they have an ability to appraise themselves fully everywhere, anyhow, when such projects information is basically required. Thank you, DG.
So as indicated by Leonardo, we have some projects which are implemented internally by our construction unit. We still have a departmental construction unit, which we're trying to improve the efficiency of, including through, for example, improving our procurement processes so they don't stand idle while they're waiting for things to be procured. The construction unit largely focuses on national infrastructure, such as the conveyance infrastructure, which Leonardo mentioned. Then the other type of projects that we manage is the municipal water and sanitation services projects, which we fund through the RBIG and WISIC grants. And those we monitor very closely. Our region is one of the main tasks of our regional offices in each province. They liaise very closely with the municipalities. They monitor regularly, including regular site visits for all of those projects, which are funded by the RBIG and WSIG grants. With regard to the question about whether or not there's light at the end of the tunnel with regard to the irregular expenditure, I believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel, because we now have plans in place to go through all the processes that we have to go through in terms of the law and the regulation in order to deal with that irregular expenditure. Currently, our annual reports are blighted by the fact that we keep carrying over this old irregular expenditure. So we need to go through, we now have plans in place, as I've mentioned, to beef up our forensic capacity so that we can deal with the backlog of cases, so that we can deal with provide properly motivated requests to Treasury for condemnations. And once all of that is done, then we will no longer be carrying over this huge amount of irregular expenditure in our annual report every year. So I think there is light at the end of the tunnel. That's the vision that we're working towards having an annual report which doesn't have this huge historical irregular expenditure in it all the time. I'd like Frans to answer the question about Parliament's authorization of our unauthorized expenditure.
Thank you, DG Chairperson. The honourable member is correct about the unauthorized expenditure, but as indicated earlier on, the department is certainly implementing a financial recovery plan. It's an ongoing, it's a living document that we have been implementing over the years. And we have actually done a root cause analysis. The committee will recall that some of the challenges related to bank overdraft commitments which were not funded. And as indicated by the DG, those are no longer being, the department has moved with the compliance issues. So we are making sure that none of the projects that we are implementing, including the interventions, are implemented without funding. With regard to the unauthorized expenditure, yes, we would like the Parliament to consider those on leaks as well as bucket eradication. And we have put through measures in place to make sure that we have exit plans on those two projects. So certainly there will never be a recurrence in terms of the systems that we have put in place around budget management, because there was the issue there that we didn't manage the budget properly. We overcommitted the department. We ended up with unauthorized expenditure, accruals and payables at some point at 2 billion. But if you look at the numbers that we've presented now as we're giving an overview, there is a light at the end of the tunnel as indicated by the DG, and we're hopeful that we'll eradicate all these legacy balances. Thank you.
Perhaps just to add is that Frans and the team are also focused on making sure that we provide Treasury with all the necessary information and we take all the steps necessary so that Treasury is in a position to be able to make recommendations to Parliament in this regard.
Just to say, the law enforcement agencies meeting is on the 23rd of November. So we will get that report on that day, 23rd of November, law enforcement agencies. Honorable Bucas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I was in a meeting this week where school burned down, and most of the people in that meeting was like sitting with a face expression that all is lost. And I told them that we can't be hopeless as leaders because we must install hope. But this morning when I entered here, most of the officials, they was already here, vibrant, excited and energetic. And I thought that I was supposed to get that spirit in your report. But I don't. I want to ask, Chair, was it to ease us or yourself? And the minister was asking that we must trust them. Minister, we will trust you, but in Afrikaans sê ons, dat ons hoop nie beskaam word nie. The DG agree that they are in a tunnel. DG, where exactly in the tunnel are you now? Out of 10. So my first question, Chair, is Honorable Mente cover me on the appointment of the forensic investigators. And you have a forensic investigation unit. So is it not effective or is it not functioning? Or what is it a capacity problem? Then secondly, Chair, the DG was saying that the Maceloniana water project are 98% completed. Chair, I must state it here that we visited that project on the 24th of August. No, it's far from completed. I must disagree with you, DG. And I think the problem with the department is your coordination, your communication, and your regulation. So I want to ask, what is the format of interaction with Bloem Water as well as the municipality? And how do you measure the quality of specifically that project? Now, Chair, I want to focus on the Rand Water close-up report. One of the issues that they state in the report was the handover of things to municipalities, but figures for Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal are excluded because the data is inaccurate. There's missing or damaged tanks, especially in Gauteng or Northern Cape. What happened to those things? Who was responsible for the coordination of that program? And what is the process of consequence management? It's like, it's just in passing. You must report, he must report. So I can't accept the fact that they say that missing things, because I'm from Northern Cape, Namakwa, and my constituency chair is the Kamisberg municipality. We need the things because we are sitting with a problem there. Almost 16 small rural areas don't have water as I'm sitting here. So how can I accept the report that say that things are missing, just missing or damaged? And Chair, under challenges of that report, they say there's a lack of capacity to implement the work assigned to water boards in municipality, non-responsiveness of some district municipalities, preference of utilizing specific contractors by municipalities. I don't understand the statement because we must always look for value for money. How do you appoint a service provider that don't have the capacity? And in the case of the municipalities, how did you evaluate the technical capacity of those municipalities? Because one of the problems or the challenges is that preference of utilizing specific contractors. And if we want a value for money, how are you stating this as part of the challenges? Then on lessons learned, Chair, in the report, they say that requirement of tanks was exaggerated, hence there are still tanks in storage. Where's the tanks? Please give it to Kamisberg municipality because we need it. You can't come in and present to us a report of Rand Water that say that there are still tanks in storage whilst we are sitting without water. And it's in Kamisberg that school burnt down because of the lack of water. So we must really look into these things before we accept the report from Rand Water and come and present it to SCOPA because of compliance. We must comply, we must bring a report to SCOPA. Then my last one, Chair, is I want an explanation from them on underperformance versus overspending. Thank you, Chair.
Let's get responses to that. Wat gaan aan and wat gaan nie aan nie. I got it right now.
Chairperson, in terms of where in the tunnel we are out of 10, it's a bit difficult to say because they say if you're frank about your weaknesses, you're 50% towards solving them. So from that perspective, I would say we're 5 out of 10 because we're being frank about our problems and what needs to be done about them. But as you can see from the figures in the tables and the spreadsheets that we've presented, it's not a pretty picture. We have huge amounts of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the past that needs to be dealt with. However, we do have plans to deal with it, and with the fact that we think that we can deal with all of that backlog by March 2024, which is about a year and a few months from now, is an indication that, I don't know, maybe perhaps we're around 6 out of 10. The reason why we need to get additional support is, as I indicated, we have a huge backlog of investigations which has built up over many years. I think probably going back over about 10 years. I think as has been indicated by the CFO, there was a period when internal controls in the department were inadequate, and that has resulted in a lot of the cases of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and why we have a big backlog. We've now strengthened the internal controls in the department, so we don't envisage that going forward we will have nearly as high levels of fruitless and wasteful and irregular in future, in case, in fact, our target is to have zero irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in future. So the capacity within the internal audit unit was not adequate to deal with the huge amount of cases. It wouldn't make sense to permanently employ a large number more people in the internal audit unit to deal with the temporary backlog. And that's why we've decided to outsource it to forensic auditors, because it's a temporary backlog. Once we've dealt with the backlog and with our improved internal controls, we don't think that a backlog will develop again. And we think that our existing internal audit unit, which it is stronger and more capacitated than it was in previous years anyway, but not sufficiently to deal with this massive backlog. But going forward, once we've dealt with the backlog, we think that the internal audit unit will be able to deal with cases on an ongoing basis. I'd like to ask Leonardo to respond about the closeout report on the COVID 2019, the Rand Water report, please.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, I think that I also have to answer a previous question that was raised with regards to the closeout of the COVID report. I just have to say that in terms of the COVID program, as it was known at that point in time, was something that was quite out of the ordinary. It was a decision taken that there had to be a national command center, and Rand Water was given that responsibility to do the implementation thereof. That included providing services in an area where not necessarily normally services would be rendered, especially like in informal settlements, because it was the primary control measure as far as the risk of COVID was concerned, to actually get people just to wash their hands. And it was found that or it was determined that obviously in areas such as informal areas where there were no services at that point in time, that they needed to be given perhaps some level of access to water services that included the water tanks and tankering of water to actually get it to that point in time. It was obviously, it's the most expensive way of giving water to people, through carting or tankering for that matter, and it was for that period. So at the end of August, when the classification or the categorization of the COVID was actually lowered, that project was stopped, and it was actually then supposed to be brought back into a normal point where water service authorities would once again take responsibility of providing its services, and that is when everything of the implementation was stopped. You are right, honorable member, that there were tanks still left at that point in time. Some of the tanks got damaged through vandalism, and that happened. And the department requested or required from our implementing agent to actually ensure, because they've appointed other water boards and other implementing agents as well to assist them, to ensure that these have been reported to the South African Police Services. And but in terms of the other tanks that was left in the ownership, obviously, of the various municipalities, most of them in the KZN, because the demand was higher in that area, noting the distances and also the topography in that area. If there would be a demand at this point in time, as you have mentioned in Kamiesberg, where there would be a demand, we will engage with Rand Water in terms of the storage of those tanks, because it was at that point in time also communicated that those in storage would be there for the purpose of, should there be a necessity during some time of disaster, to actually give it. So if people don't have water and it is a means by the municipality in Cummingburg to actually have access to such, we will try and provide you an answer as soon as in the next few days, to actually give it in response, whether that is a viable means that we can also then do that. So thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was also a question about the Masilonyana wastewater treatment works project. I'd like to ask Rizimati to give some more information on that, but perhaps part of the clarification lies in saying that when we talk about a project, we mean a specific scope of works allocated to a particular contractor, which might not be addressing all the issues in a particular area. So this particular project that we're talking about is the refurbishment of the wastewater treatment works. So there might be other things which need to be done in the area related to wastewater treatment, which were not within the scope of the project. But Rizimati will talk to us about the extent of completion in terms of the defined scope of the contract as defined by this project. Rizimati.
Thank you, DG. You are correct. And I think the honorable member might have the facts that the condition on the ground might not be as expected, because it's actually, this project comes in two phases. Phase one is what we are talking about now, which, yes, in August, there were still some issues that were still outstanding, and hence the completion date was basically set for end of September. And that is where, as of today, they're actually doing a site visits to finalize some of this neck list. Some of those neck lists was the landscaping, which was not done properly, issues of fencing and the like. So those are the issues that they're basically finalizing. The sign off for that phase should be completed by this Friday. Now, Bloom Water, together with the municipality, with the intervention as DWS, we are now doing the comprehensive conditional and feasibility study for phase two. This goes to the overall treatment works. But for now, with the current intervention, the treatment works will be able to work and function properly until phase two basically kicks in. So those are the separations of the two projects. Thank you, DG.
Sorry, there was also a question about underperformance versus spending. The performance relates to our APP targets and the degree to which we achieved our APP targets. And there isn't always a close correlation between APP targets and the spending, because the APP targets, some of the APP targets require a lot of expenditure, and other APP targets don't require much expenditure. So there isn't a linear relationship between APP targets and expenditure. Our main concern for that financial year and this last financial year is actually under expenditure. We think it's very bad that as a department we underspent against our budget, and we had to give money to Treasury in the context of the water challenges that the country faces. And we are focused on, as management, to try and reduce that under expenditure in the current financial year. And our improvements to our procurement is one of the key measures that we're taking to reduce under expenditure. But we're also more actively monitoring and engaging with the municipalities to improve the expenditure on the RBIG and the WISIG, which includes doing cash flow management between different projects and municipalities, so that we don't underspend because some municipalities are moving slowly. We can put more money to the projects which are moving more quickly, and then fund the slow moving projects later, so that we don't underspend in the financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mohlala.
No, thanks so much.
Platform. All right, there you go.
Oh, thanks so much, Chairperson. I think my question has already been asked, but I will bring it again. Chairperson, when the minister was addressing us, the minister said just earlier, he said that his sole intention or interest of the department or is to make sure that they provide water to the people. But our concern is they are underspending on regional bulk and water service infrastructure grants. So can they tell us maybe in this platform, what are the major challenges? Because those challenges are the ones that are impacting on the department's failure to provide water to the people. So we need to know what are the reasons for that. And the other question, Chairperson, is with regards to the, this question is also directed to the department. So my question is the department engaging with ESCOM to exclude water treatment works in municipalities from load shedding, as this is impacting on service delivery? We are now facing a load shedding crisis in the country. We are also facing the water shedding in the country. What is the department doing? Because the time when the electricity goes, majority of the people in rural areas, in various corners of this country, they are also having a problem of water shortage. So what is the department doing in ensuring that they rescue that problem? Chairperson, the other thing I want to ask, the last question is also with regards to the money appropriated to the department. In instances where the department spent a large part of its appropriations, the actual achievement is far below. They don't achieve like exactly as what they have spent. So can they please also give us, address us on that in that regard? Because it's really not understandable. A chunk of money is being spent, but when you look to the service delivery or the achievements, it's far less. So can they please address us also in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we get responses to those questions? And then there'll be follow-ups, and I've just got 2 or 3, and then we'll wrap it up and call it a day.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the last question first, I did try and explain just now that the performance targets in the annual report relate to the performance targets in the annual performance plan, and there isn't a direct relationship between those APP performance targets and money or expenditure. So some of the targets might require very little money to achieve, and in other areas we'll spend a lot of money and we don't have so many targets related to that expenditure. So where it says, so I think the annual report information where it says, say, for example, 65% service delivery, that means that we achieve 65% of the targets in the APP. It doesn't necessarily literally mean 65% service delivery, because we might have delivered 90% against our expenditure on projects, but only achieved 65% of our APP targets because of the nature of the APP. The second question on what are the major challenges with regard to under expenditure? So for those, our main areas of under expenditure, our biggest area of under expenditure is on projects, and we have 2 types of projects. The one is the projects which are implemented by ourselves for the infrastructure for which we're responsible, the national bulk water infrastructure. And in that regard, our biggest challenge has been weaknesses with our procurement. Our procurement is inefficient, is not appropriate for construction procurement, is not in line with Treasury's framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management. And it doesn't fully utilize the suite of approaches to procurement which are available through the CIDB. So I'm working with the CFO on that. We put in place a new infrastructure procurement strategy in the department, which is compliant with the framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management, and a new infrastructure procurement policy. And we're starting to train all of our staff. And we're going to be implementing the strategy, which will mean that we'll be procuring our infrastructure and construction more smartly and more efficiently than we've done in the past. Then we have a second category of projects, which is where we provide grant money to municipalities for projects. That's the RBIG and the WISIG grants. And the main reasons why we have under expenditure on those is, firstly, sometimes the municipalities have weaknesses in terms of planning or project management or their own procurement. So with those projects, the municipalities do the procurement, and sometimes their procurement processes are also weak, which results in delays and therefore under expenditure. Sometimes also some of the projects are delayed because of unforeseen circumstances, such as, for example, unforeseen ground conditions, which mean that it's harder to complete the project than planned. Sometimes they're partly due to weak procurement processes, the municipalities appoint contractors who struggle to deliver. Then also quite often and increasingly across the country, projects are disrupted by groupings, sometimes calling themselves business forums, which disrupt the project because they would like to be more involved in the project and would like to be given subcontracts or contracts in terms of the project. So there are a multitude of reasons why there's delays on some of our RBIG and WISIG funded projects. As I indicated, the way that the new management actions that we've introduced to reduce those is the main one that we've done with regard to the municipal under expenditure against the grants is to more actively and proactively monitor it. And those projects which are moving quickly and which could absorb more money in a financial year, we're allocating more money to, so that and those projects which are moving slowly in municipalities, we are doing cash flow management to use some of that money for the faster moving projects. And in the following financial year, we will move money back to the slow moving projects. And in that way, we intend to reduce on a year by year basis our under expenditure against the grants. This is what we should have been doing all along. It's why National Treasury introduced the medium term expenditure framework and allows us to have 3-year allocations to projects so that we can manage projects on a multi-year basis and do what I'm talking about, so that we can manage it properly and make sure that there isn't under expenditure. With regard to load shedding, I'd like to ask Leonardo to come in. We do regularly engage with Eskom. With regard to the impact of load shedding on municipal water supply and on our water boards, the severe load shedding that we've experienced has had a very negative impact on water supply, because the water boards and many of the municipalities have found it difficult to pump water to the reservoirs to make sure that the reservoirs have sufficient water. This has resulted in a number of challenges with water service delivery across the country. In addition, institutions like hospitals, as we know, have suffered because they haven't been able to get water because of this related problem of the levels in the reservoir being too low due to there not being electricity available to pump the water to the reservoirs. The challenge is that in some areas, it's very difficult for the municipality and Eskom to agree that, for example, a hospital or pumping stations can be isolated from load shedding because of the nature of the electrical system and the design of the electrical system. It's not possible for the municipality to only not shed a certain limited area. It has to load shed bigger geographic areas. And if the municipalities were to exempt all of those areas from load shedding, then they wouldn't be able to meet the targets that have been set on them by Eskom to reduce power consumption to ensure that we don't get an electricity grid failure. So there are those complications in terms of it. It's not a simple matter of saying that we can engage with Eskom and we can prevent any impact on water supply due to the load shedding. For technical reasons, it's not possible to completely isolate the pumping stations and the hospitals, for example, from the rest of the local electrical grid system, so that you can prevent any impact on water supply. Leonardo, can you add?
Honorable Chair, the DG has actually given quite extensive response on that one, but I just wanted to add that yes, we do engage ESCOM. The big issue here would be the issue, Honorable Mashlala, with regards to the fact that where there are reservoirs, that the reservoirs are basically your fail-safe or your control measure in terms of that risk. And therefore, it is taken by ESCOM as well that if the reservoirs could be filled in the period when the electricity is on. But we did engage them in areas. There are towns like the recent one that we did engage them on would have been Grabo. And there would have been an area where there's no reservoir, where there's it's due to some strange design, the water is directly pumped into the system and supplied, and then we ask them to actually basically exclude those areas. So we take it a case by case in such areas where there are high risk as such. But unfortunately, the truth of the matter is also that it's not always possible to identify all the areas of water supply as areas that should be exempted from load shedding. What we do actually continuously engage them on is our own infrastructure, because of the fact is that our pump stations that we take responsibility for as a department in terms of the bulk part, that we have to continue doing operating that to ensure that we supply adequate bulk supply to ESCOM again in a circular economy to ensure that they can produce electricity at their power stations, and that our infrastructure is also part of their startup regime. So should there be an extreme event that we go into a complete blackout, that we then also have to be forming part of their startup procedure. And that's the reason why we continue having that conversation with them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one or two things. The investigation into irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's about what, 813 cases that you will be investigating with an outer date for completion, which is March 2024. I think what we would be interested in now is a milestones timetable. We can't wait for 2024. At least you need to eat away at the 813, which I'm sure you have in your project plan of dealing with this. And that's what we need, those regular updates, with the expectation that by March 2024, you would have completed the 813. So what I'm saying is it's not open-ended for us. We're not gonna wait for March 2024. It has to be, if it's quarterly reports or by 2 reports a year or something, but I think we need to look at that. The second point, colleagues, which I think will require our attention, is around the municipal debt, particularly similarly as we are looking at municipal debt to ESCOM. Because it's quite clear that there's a fundamental challenge in the municipal space to service debt to entities, boards, and ESCOM and so on. And this is a frank discussion that needs to be had with COCTA in that regard, because it's like a revolving door kind of thing. You see, it holds a gun to the state's machinery. Well, you can't shut the water down because then the people, and then municipalities are getting revenue and not servicing debt and doing other things. It's a borrow from Peter to pay Paul kind of vibe. So the financial integrity or financial management integrity of the revenue generation is called into question. So I think that will require our attention. This process of the amalgamation and merging of boards and entities, as you've done with Citibank, that was bankrupt, and you've merged, I suppose, parts of it with Bloom and Mahalis, as you've said. And now there's a big merger coming up of Mhlatuze and Umgen. I think we're interested in the financial implications of that and what it means moving forward, this rationalizing operation. so that we've got a, a better sight of that. And then I just want to go to the slide on condonations. There's an issue there on the desalination plant on Richards Bay. It involves a Mr. Makhatini, employee was charged, found guilty on 25 March. Sanction is awaited. Hearings on the sanction held on 3 and 4 October. Has that happened? And where are we? Because today we are on the 18th. The same applies on the unlimited SAP licenses on the same employee. That sanction hearings would have taken place on the 3rd and 4th of October. And I'm quite interested, I suppose this is just my own observation arising out of what was said about the former DG who was at the Department of Finance now in Gauteng, that quite interestingly, Ms. Animpegi, who was Chief Director, the employee transferred to the Gauteng Department of Finance. Why is it so easy for them to have moved from? This is just my own observation, something that you would not have done, but how the, implicated people were able to together sort of go to the same department. So I think we do need to flag the HR processes that were employed there insofar as that department is concerned. I suppose even just a written submission would help, but it's just quite strange that people coming from one department charged within the same issue then are able to move to together. Yeah, happy. Right, then there's suppose I'm gonna have to buy a printer. This is this big at home. I prefer reading on paper. Slide I wanted to go through. Okay. There's a slide there's a presentation I wanted to flag. All right, maybe I can get responses to that, and then colleagues, if there's any last final issue that you want to raise, and then we'll wrap it up, and then we'll be good to go. Just one or two announcements after. DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think most of your inputs are for noting. We will provide you with a project plan for the investigations. Perhaps the one point to respond on is that yes, the hearing on the disciplinary case related to Richards Bay and the SAP contracts did take place on the 3rd and 4th of October. And a couple of days ago, in addition, there was a submission of written arguments for sanction. So we are hopeful that the presiding officer will now issue the sanction shortly.
Here's what I wanted to flag. On your fruitless and wasteful expenditure spreadsheet, right? It's pages, and this is one of those huge ones. It's this one's colleague, right? This is size A5, right? 1, 2, 3 and a half worth of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of line items on accommodation. 1.8 million rands. I mean, like, I just feel like this is not even something that should be a headache. Like, it shouldn't even be something that's there, but it's become a norm. It's entrenched, it's normalized, it's okay. If I mean, I can tell you, these colleagues, if we've got an oversight and there's a slight change to their program or schedule or diary, they panic. It's just such an elementary thing about personal management. And we are sitting here settled with 1.8 million rands of fruitless and wasteful expenditure on accommodation. So I just think if we can't nib in the bud the basics, then just bound you have this kind of headache. Catering. or 21,000 rands, right? Cell phones, 198,000 rands. I don't even think, now then there's this one on the penalties of vehicles, 35,000 rands. Then you are charged interest, 103,000 rands. Okay, and then I would really want like an explanation on this one. Double payment. Double payment, 13.9 million rands. Like I kept looking, yeah, and then repair and maintenance, 542,000 rands. Then transportation, am I to assume that this is SNT? Because I'm seeing repetitive figures here, which are almost the same. SNT, your transportation, fruitless and wasteful expenditure covers 1, 2, 3, and almost, well, what, 3 pages. 91,000. Like, I don't even see how some of these things should be even here. And I'm not raising this out of the ignorance that we don't know that journey you've traversed with financial management. But quite frankly, we flag them to say there's certain things that you just need to move with speed on them. But I'm interested in explanation on the double payments. The others I can see, it's just pure negligence of people. But double payment speaks to financial controls within your own systems and operations. Okay, and then maybe there was Honorable had a question, Honorable Mazamban, are you fine? Two last questions and then we'll wrap it up. Honorable Mente and Honorable Lee, so we can just answer all of them.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me just start off where you left off, because I think the question then becomes, what transaction out of all these line items is worthy of forensic investigation and why? Because your answer became not all of them. So which one is worthy of it and why? That's number one on both fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Number two, on the condonations, and on this one, Chair, I'm hoping that online, because I don't see them here in the committee, we have people of the portfolio committee, so that they don't get coerced into hiding the monies which were stolen through the systemic approach and use the systems of the legislator to write off. The first part of the condonations, the reason on the reasons for condonation and non-approval of the condonation is that Treasury has sent the condonations to Parliament, which I presume is the Portfolio Committee. And I hope the Portfolio Committee is not going to be coerced into this, because you can't condone. There's paragraph, there's sentence or line 2, war on leaks. This thing of war on leaks has been ongoing and no one gets to account for it. Now it must be condoned. Billions of rand. It must be condoned, but no one has ever accounted for it. And earlier on, when we were getting the names of people who attended here, I think I had a name similar to, is it Machicho or Muchoti? There is a director general, there's acting director generals on the war on leaks. Are any of those people here? DG? Do we have any of the people mentioned on the condonations as officials involved in that transgression? And if they are here, why they haven't been taken to task? And would like to hear their answer. So we're not going to be coerced into hiding wrong things and non-compliance of the law. The next one, Chair, once again, I'm going to go back. Malicious compliance, DG, and your team is very dangerous. 2021, 2022, we are told in Eastern Cape, Krisani, Kamata, and Ngocha officials were paid to the tune of more than 3 million in each area for accommodation of whatever reason. And the DDG is saying, no, it is a project ongoing of, revamping or maintenance, that kind of thing. It's not new projects. Whether it's new projects or it's revamping. 2021, 2022, I was doing research on irrigations. There was no project happening. There's only something happening of revamping or maintenance, 2022-23 budget year in both areas. So whoever quickly sent you a WhatsApp, no, there's something happening. They are accounting based on this financial year. The previous financial year, there was absolutely nothing happening there. Mamuto Lashe, for your information, is much more closer to Kamata than even myself. So at times, let's not comply for things we don't know, because you might be talking to people who live with those people in the area. So it can be that they are still being investigated. When there was nothing happening in the area, there should be an account of what was happening in the area. Why would AG say it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure? It means that it's money that was paid in vain. And they have satisfied themselves that it actually worth nothing. There was no value for money. There isn't even something called, which earlier on the CEO was saying, no, there is value for money, just the law was not followed. On these ones, there was no value for money whatsoever. I asked earlier on, Chair, a question that was not answered. I don't know whether I wasn't heard. Their report on the COVID-19 water tankers. And I didn't get an answer on that. The water tankers of the COVID-19, one, their pricing was not in sync. And two, the number of tankers provided by the department were not equivalent to the number of tankers delivered on the ground. Right now, I can't give the breakdowns, but there are breakdowns on your report, I think, per province. I want to request, Chair, to get a breakdown from the department. They have given us a breakdown per province in terms of the water tankers. They have one for the 30th of August, 2020. Can we get a closing report on the water tankers? And how much were they costing? Because at some point in Madibeng, Northwest Madibeng municipality, in the village called Lihlabi, a water tanker which was costing 20,000 rand, a cost that must be explained because a 5,000 liter water tanker is 3,000 rand, but it was installed for 20,000 rand. It was missing just a couple of days after being installed. How does it get missing? You will say it's not your fault, but I will say it's your fault because if it's constantly full, no one can move it. So it was installed, but there was never water. And it's a case in many water tankers. They got installed, but there was no water. So it defeated the purpose of washing hands. But they went to the builders, warehouses and everywhere, got tankers for 3,000 rand, installed them for 20,000 rand, and that was it. And it talks back to what mechanism are you using to monitor what's happening on the ground? That's another question, Chair. But that one, even if they can send it in writing, because we need a thorough background and how much did it cost them? The last one, Chair, which I think also I'm going to beg you to focus on it. COVID was the worst enemy for everyone. There is a project of Zimvubu, a 125 million that was never accounted for in the beginning stages of Mzimvubu. It was never accounted for. But in the report, it sounds like it's something that we may just browse through. It's similar to the report of Giyani and other Limpopo projects that were indicated. So on this one, Chair, I want to plead with you that we get another meeting of all the projects we're dealing with that we could not finalize. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick one, DG, in terms of the Spionkop pipeline, you're looking for co-funding of 1 billion rand, and it's in your report, I read that. From Utugela District Municipality, it's bankrupt, it's not got, and Mgeni was going to look for the money and they're gone. What exactly is this economic aspect? How does that get defined? Can I fight it and make you pay the full cost?
I think that's the last thing, colleagues, in your condonation schedule, page 2, there's the transfer payments. It's the one with the first on your far right, the first paragraph on that in that last column. National Treasury did submit a consolidated recommendation report of unauthorized expenditure, including all affected departments, to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in January 2020. No response received from SCOPA on the outcome, and National Treasury will communicate as soon as the response is received. We can't respond to something we've not received. So National Treasury, we have not received that consolidated report. The only thing that National Treasury in this regard, the minister sent, was something around 100,000 rands referring to the Department of Correctional Services. And we tried to pin down a date and it didn't work. That's the only correspondence that we've received. So National Treasury, that consolidated report, if you have it, send it to us. But as things stand now, we have not received it. That's why Ms. Kenge was here, because she deals with, and I was also checking my records. It has not come through, so that you can be able to correct, you will at the very least update your own records as you've sent them, that on this side we've not received it. As soon as we do, it will receive our attention. So that's fine. All right, DG and your team, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree with you that all of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure is a sign of weak internal controls that were there in the department. As I've indicated, the CFO has been focusing on improving internal controls, and we envisage that as a result, this situation will improve, and that those kind of fruitless and wasteful expenditures are completely unacceptable. I agree with you completely. Frans, would you like to add on that one?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, DG, that's correct, DG. Those other categories, I think Chairperson also alluded to the admin failures on those transport and no-shows. On the question of which of these cases would be referred for forensic, outside, for example, the capital projects on RBIC, as well as the question by the Chairperson on double payments, to say how did those arise. When we went back to perform reconciliations on the commitment schedules of various provinces. We noted that some of the invoices that were submitted by the implementing agents, when you go to the lower level supporting documents for the contractors or service providers, some of them were identical. There were instances where we could see that those service providers invoices were of the same invoice number and reference number. And we took out those from the expenditure, recorded them as our fruitless and wasteful. And those are the cases that we have requested that the forensic team look at them closer, because at face value, you can see that there's a problem. So they need to go deeper to, for example, one of our entities here was Nota. So you need to go back to trace those payments and then ascertain whether those claims that were submitted, I doubt that it was an error, but then let's say there was an error. They need to go back to see the flow of money, whether those service providers on the side of the implementing agents were indeed paid. So those are the type of cases that we have really sought the forensic. The others, we agree with the committee, as DJs indicated, that we are dealing with them. For example, there are officials who have already begun to pay. We have raised debt, and as we are in the process of closing the books, the September books, we are able to adjust for those ones, and we are following up on those. But the bigger problem, as DG indicated, the controls that we had, also the decentralized model where the oversight over the regions was a bit of a problem. There was a point where even your commitments could not be accounted for fully. So as we're going back into history to reconcile all these records, then some of these anomalies were recorded. And one of the biggest interventions, for example, now, which DG you signed, is that no one is permitted to release any improper expenditure without bringing that to the attention of the CFO. So it shouldn't actually happen. Whereas in the past, these expenses could be processed and later on be submitted for investigation. So we're saying let's deal with preventative controls to avoid this from happening.
Michael, can you add with some more examples of the type of investigations which you're going to outsource and where you need to actually investigate as opposed to just dealing with the matter immediately?
Yes, some of those have to do with the losses, as we have seen in the construction unit. One needs to go to the root causes of such and determine whether really officials were negligent, whether such losses were or fruitless and wasteful expenditure was avoidable or not avoidable, and then come to the determination as to whether we need to take disciplinary action against the officials or even recover money, because that's part and parcel of it. Especially in the instances of double payment, that money will have to be recovered. Thank you.
Chairperson, then there was also a question about our condemnation report and the spreadsheet that we provided, and we were asked whether, with regard to the war on leaks, any of the officials are present, and the which are mentioned in the spreadsheet. And yes, our acting director, it says acting director general here, but now our deputy director general for water resource management, Deborah Mochortley, is here behind me. And as indicated in the report, there was the original SIU proclamation indicated that officials should be held responsible for the war on leaks unauthorized expenditure. There was an investigation, and Deborah was asked to respond to the allegations. And on the basis of the response, the department took a decision not to charge, and that decision has also been supported by internal audit in terms of their investigations, as Michael has just said. They need to look into it thoroughly and determine whether there's a chargeable offence which was committed by any officials, and exactly which officials and exactly which chargeable offence, and whether disciplinary charges should be laid. So in this instance, internal audit and I concluded that Deborah had not committed a chargeable offence, that the chargeable offences related to earlier steps in the process, which related to whether the continuation of the project without a budget allocation, for which Deborah was not responsible. Leonardo, can you come in on the question on the war on leaks projects, please? Sorry.
COVID. Kamaza. Thank you, DG. Honorable Chair, I think that I will just have a second take firstly at the COVID as the DG have asked. I think Honorable Mente, you are correct in terms of the fact, in terms of the unit cost of the raw material, which should be the tank itself. One of the issues that we just perhaps could expand upon was that these these tanks were procured in a time when it was lockdown 5 and everything was closed. So it was Rainwater had some difficulty in that regard. But in addition to the cost that was actually accounted to the raw unit cost, there was also pedestals in certain areas that had to be built as far as masonry is concerned, or even concrete, and as well as with the tap. So that actually added to some of the cost. But as you have requested, that we will then provide you with a breakdown in terms of the detail, because you so that you can actually have that detailed information as well. In terms of the point that you raised regarding the Kamata, I think that perhaps I was not as eloquent as I perhaps was required to be, and apologize for that. But I think that I've mentioned before that the deliverables in terms of what you've mentioned yourself have not been there to actually see a capitalization of what was done, so that you can take the input cost and you have an output that you can capitalize and put it back into the asset register. And that's the reason why there was a decision taken to say that this is regarded as fruitless and wasteful. In addition to that, we must also put it on the table. Yes, you are correct that there are certain projects, especially in terms of the ROCS programs, that was actually deferred or put on halt because of the fact is that because of the procurement processes that have caused problems for us as far as the construction unit. But that is not the only one that we want to put on the table as to say that was a causative factor towards our inefficiencies. I think our internal audit chief director just mentioned that they will investigate it further to identify further causative factors to that inefficiency that was there, or in some places would still be there. And there was a decision taken at that stage to halt some of these projects until all the ducks are in a row, because we found ourselves that we had many projects and we could do less because of the fact that we were pulled quite thin at that point in time. So they were focused in certain areas where certain activities were basically halted to limit the effect of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. During your investigation or your studies or your research that you've mentioned, you might have come across the project when it was halted. And there are others that were also halted to actually have that minimization effect. And yeah, I think that would be the response at this point in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leonardo. So, Chairperson, one of the reasons why we're putting so much emphasis is on improving our procurement, particularly related to our construction unit, is to deal with this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Our procurement has been so poor that at times our workers in our construction unit sit and do nothing on site because they don't have the necessary materials and supplies or even diesel to work. So that's why it's such an important issue for us, both in terms of delivery, but also in terms of getting rid of that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So sometimes the construction unit has a project to do, but there's nothing happening on the ground because our procurement has been so poor in the past that we haven't been able to give them the necessary supplies to do the work. With regard to the point about Umzimvubu, Chair, perhaps we should deal with that in a separate meeting, but we have spent money on designs for Umzimvubu, and We have most of those designs. There's a process underway, a legal process to settle with the design consultants to obtain the remainder of the designs. So that is reaching finalization. And we've also been spending money on the preliminary work there on the access roads. On Honorable Lees's question about Spion Corp, Rizimati, can you come in on that one, please?
Thank you, DG. Maybe just to clarify a few things on the answer is because one thing that perhaps has not been fully communicated in our country when it comes to water is that water has been for years been regarded as a social good, of which we have of late understood that water doesn't only have the social good, but it is also an economic good. So there is actually value for it. Now, in our RBIC projects where we implement this project, especially if they're cutting across more than one of intake, what is expected, one of the requirements, the conditional requirement is that the project owner, the original project owner needs to have some level of beneficiation. In other words, they need to locate who of their surroundings will be able to have offtake agreements. And these offtake agreements talk to their ability to pay for the water they will receive. Now, when we do our conditional assessment and feasibility study of this project, we take this into account to ensure that we basically ring-fence the risks, because these grants are basically coming from National Treasury and they have conditions that if you are to implement such a project, is the project beneficiary able to have further offtake agreements? Are those offtake agreements valid enough that by the time we have piped this water from point A to point B, when point C in the middle of point A and point B is offtaking the water, will they be able to reticulate? Over and above that, will they be able to pay for that water? So this whole socio-economic beneficiation in the feasibility study talks to that. So that is a short answer to that. However, we are also as a department, as you have mentioned, the bankruptcy of the Otukela and the likes, we are as a department having some interventions, and I can also register through you, Chair, that as of next week, we have a meeting together with the Otukela and Umgeni at an intervention plan to look at an alternative solution to try and get to the end goal, which the minister emphasized, to still get water to the people. Thank you, DG.
Thanks, Chair. So in summary, Treasury gives us these grants in order to address backlogs of access to potable water by communities. Sometimes municipalities have economic goals as well, and they want to invest in water infrastructure so that it can enable economic activities. So that's called the economic component of a project, as opposed to the social component of the project, and the grants are supposed to focus on the social component of the project, which is about addressing backlogs to access to potable water of communities.
Okay. Thank you very much. Minister is no longer online. DM, if there's any concluding remarks on your side. Suffice it to say, from our side, we have heard you, but will only be convinced by the practical implementation and tangible outcomes to all these great things that you have said, because for now they are a statement of intent as far as we are concerned. We are also, of course, not, as I've said, ignorant to what was happening in this department, in that it was at the epicenter of the corruption syndicate which prevailed in the country in the previous years. Whether it's there or not there now will be dependent on the outcomes of these things that you have laid out. Because the fundamental greatest risk is that if you corrupt the water space, you are sending the country into a humanitarian crisis. So not that corruption is acceptable elsewhere, but in this space, as you famously tell us, water is life. You are killing the people if you are corrupting this space. And the risk that it has, of course, to food security and all sorts of other realities. So we've heard you, but the only thing that will convince us is if we see successful consequence management, recoveries of finances, and speed and urgency. Speed and urgency. Time is against us. And so I think those are the sentiments that we have in all the issues that we are raising. And we're going to continue on this journey of water. We still have got outstanding oversights to the projects, the ghost projects, the collapsing and failing municipalities, which we must still go and see and interact with insofar as water is. So we've got a long journey ahead of us. And of course, the SIU is going to be a strategic partner in this regard. So from our side, thank you very much, colleagues. Thanks to you as well. I'll just make one announcement after the DM is done. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, over to you for any concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I should also be saying we have heard you, but I would want to echo the same sentiments that the Minister has said, that trust us. We are here to execute what the people of the Republic are saying we should be able to do. Having arrived in the department, very excited, I would say, is the fact that the organizational structure of the Department of Water and Sanitation has really taken a shape that will be able to deliver on the mandate of the department. And these are the things that we should be able to say, trust us, because we cannot say the fact that we have reorganized ourselves in such a way that we will be able to see deliverables, and we stand on that. You heard the minister when he was talking that we not only have reorganized ourselves internally, but we are also looking at the entities. We are also looking at the water boards. We are working very, very close with water services authorities, and we're working very close with the municipalities, because in the words of the minister, he says, you cannot say you are a national department and therefore you end there and you don't go down. Minister of Water and Sanitation, Department of Water and Sanitation, you have to go down to the roots. If there are challenges with respect to sanitation, with respect to water, pollution, and every other thing, that is what we are working together, and we're saying, work together with the municipalities, work together with the water boards, make sure that the capacity that is there in the department, in the entities, we share. All of us, so that we can be able to fast track delivery, so that we can be able to make sure that water is not there full in the dams, but cannot come out in the taps. These are the things that we have tempted ourselves that we will be able to do. And we can't do it alone. We will be doing it with the people of the Republic. One of the things that we felt we need to work very, very hard and work together with Treasury, work together with everybody, is the challenges that are there with respect to the infrastructure, so that we are able to know how best can we deal with the challenges throughout the country of infrastructure, because we've got the decaying infrastructure, we've got the vandalized infrastructure, and therefore we need to work very close to one another as we're dealing with the decays. How do we make sure that our communities are able to work with us that we don't have people vandalizing the infrastructure that we are building, we are investing in. And the Chairperson, I would like to lastly say, we have heard you, and we believe that the guidance, the advice, and the leadership that you have given us, it's something that as we live here, we're going to continue working on most of the things that honorable members have raised. Because when you look at the issues that honorable members have raised, these are the issues that are a reality. And for us to be able to give services to the people of the Republic is part of the things that we need to do. Deal with issues of corruption, deal with every other thing that has been said. And I am happy that you said just now that it used to be the department that was known for corruptible programs and all those other things. And repeating the words of the minister, trust us, we definitely will be able to deliver. And trust us that we're going to be making sure that it is no longer that department that you have said that there was corruption in the department, but it's the department that will be able to service. Water is life, sanitation is dignity, and these are the mantra that we are living up to. This is an ideal that we believe the people of the Republic, as we say, trust us, they will be able to really feel it, have value for money in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us an audience for today, and we believe all the other outstanding matters, we will be able to bring them to yourself as speedily as is possible. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Liz will share with you a story about Trust Us. I don't want you to hear it from me. So, colleagues, tomorrow we are meeting with ESCOM. ESCOM board will be here, and the executives, the new board, they will be here tomorrow 9:30. Same venue. Order, please. Order, please. Same venue as today. And the SIU and the Hawks will be present with them as well. The NPA is abroad dealing with the grey listing matter, so they won't be in tomorrow. But so we've got tomorrow ESCOM, SIU, and the Hawks on whether they bring electricity or not, I don't know. But hopefully they will. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. We had not anticipated the size of the delegation that we have. So the refreshments that are outside,